Welcome to Day 1 of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Your ears are not fooling you. I don't think it's just a sound on my stream, which is frequently so defective. The title screen is, in fact, silent. When you first load into the game, it takes you directly into the opening scene. It's very brief, probably about 30 seconds before it gives you control and allows you to exit to the menu. And that's exactly what we've done. We've just had the one starting autosave. Thus far, we haven't moved an inch. And I just pop back out to give us a title screen as well as access to our options, which I've just set to match my settings back in Breath of the Wild, particularly the most important one of all, which is lock minimap to north. We're going to start with the Pro Mode camera, and we'll see how it goes in this game because, of course, we don't know the new interface. We don't know how critical it is to have things like the temperature or the time display. But again, it's the experience that I wish I kind of started Breath of the Wild with in the first place, and so we'll go with that. And we're also going to attempt the game with no fast travel, no warps, although I have no idea at this point if it is even feasible, because we are going into it almost totally blind, having skipped all of the trailers this year and any of the preview content. So we're going in almost totally unspoiled, and Luca, welcome. Hope you have fun with this as well whenever you get to it. I know you've been finishing up with Master Mode in Breath of the Wild. Good luck with that, and catch up with us whenever, because I will be keeping the VODs. Anyway, new game. Let's go. Open your eyes. Looks like it is the same save system as in the previous game, which is kind of too bad. I was hoping for multiple saves per profile, because that was something that I always wanted in Breath of the Wild, so I could do straight to Ganon runs or whatever, and without having to start additional profiles on my Switch. Life, however, is not that convenient. But anyway, here we go. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Let me know if the sound balance is okay. It's rather quiet right now, though, as we see the scene that was teased, I think, when the game was revealed for the very first time as the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker.
In general, I will not talk too much over cutscenes, but let's see what happens.
We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
Here's Zelda, Princess of Hyrule. And so here we are, beneath Hyrule Castle. Seems like we, don't have too much to interact with so far in terms of menus, obviously, since this is just the introduction. Also, my Joy-Con drift is not too bad right now. We'll hopefully keep it that way. I don't think I can use Cryonis or anything just yet. Looks like it's just a Master Sword. I'm tapping the D-pad. We don't really have access to the inventory, although we do have access to whistling for a horse that will not come. And just tapping different buttons here to see what we can do. We're not particularly equipped. Anyway, something malicious this way comes. Also, the sound is already dead. So, that's the problem with the volume being tuned so low. Let's actually pause for just one moment. And let's fix it. Because we're missing out on the voice work. We might even need to reload into this, actually. Just give me 1 second. We're early enough in the stream that I might just start over. So we'll hopefully not have too many sound problems today, but it is a rather quiet game at this point, so very ambient. So just give me one moment, we'll try to get things fixed up. And underway. We didn't have too many sound problems recently, so hopefully this will not be a recurrent issue. And actually, let's see if we want to back up and listen to the voice work again. Let's just go back one save. Yeah, and hopefully this problem will not persist. Look at that, we're actually loaded up on hearts and stamina right now. Okay, let's do this again. For real this time. Because the ambience here is rather subtle. So. Yeah, this is triggered by talking to Zelda.
Coming into contact with the gloom
There we go.
drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link.
What's going to be my schedule playing the game?
Solve this mystery.
As often as possible. I'm going to be on every night that I can be on. Like I said, back when I played Breath of the Wild, I practically lived inside it for a month. After the first weekend, I will probably be doing Mario Maker at least some of the time. I will probably go back to doing viewer levels at least once a week, but it will be mostly Zelda until I feel satisfied with it. I don't know if I'll be able to stream 100% of my progress through this game, or if I'll be playing some off-stream as well. Likely there will be some nights when I'm not able to stream, but when I will want to experiment in the game anyway, so. I'll be often on as much as I can be. The Master Sword. Oh, also, there's a dialogue log now. Very convenient feature when I was streaming Fire Emblem and only half paying attention. And we'll see it again here in case I'm busy chatting with the chat. Or if I need to look anything up. Okay, so we'll be careful. Master Sword is doing the thing that Sting does in The Lord of the Rings. And it is quite a glow. Also, we do have Spin Attack up and running, by the way. We don't, however, seem to have any Sheikah Slate powers or anything else. We do have the Master Sword Beam, though. And Luca, you're out now to avoid spoilers? Yep, understandable. I would do the exact same thing. And let me know when you do catch up to this, and I'm sure we'll talk. Have fun with the Breath of the Wild Faster mode. These are ruins from the ancient civilization. The Zonai. Okay, I was hoping this would come into play. Because the Zonai, as I was very recently reminded going through one of the Breath of the Wild art books, are the civilization that is just barely named in Breath of the Wild that's responsible for the 3 labyrinths, as well as the towers that are dotted throughout the landscape. It's kind of interesting that they'll be elaborated upon here because they were very heavily implied in Breath of the Wild to be this precursor civilization. And Princess Lapin, you're here for all the spoilers? Yes, welcome and thank you so much for the sub, incidentally. I'm on much earlier than usual today, but we contrived things to make this work. I'm sure there's Zonai in Origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. And it will lay down the exposition right away. So I guess this game will be leaning into that after having laid so much architectural groundwork in the previous title. Okay. And, okay, so she's in possession of the Sheikah slate. Take pictures. Also notice that it's been upgraded to look like the Nintendo Switch. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have my scope, obviously, at this point. I can crouch, hence to tip. But you'll notice that she's upgraded her slate to resemble the Switch rather than the previous model, which was, of course, a holdover from the Wii U. Those lovely Joy-Cons are docked and everything. I don't know if they matched the design on the Collector's Edition OLED unit that was just released, but it seems reasonably close. Very ancient, anyways. Is that what a Zonai looked like? This looks very reminiscent of Zant in Twilight Princess. No, not really. The head's different, but you've got a kind of conical shape to the helmet. Large ears, of course, are its own thing. Might be something completely new to the series. And yeah, so they are a civilization in the sky. That we don't know about, but we shall see. Okay. I have to wonder if these caverns will be a place that remains accessible through the game. You know what? We're going to do this a fancy way. Sword beam, please. Okay, never mind. This is, I mean, just clearly a combat tutorial, but I guess the sword beam totally missed.
You are not hurt, are you, Link? Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King.
Well, we know precisely who that will be, I'm sure.
Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same?
I did say I went into this game pretty much unspoiled, but I am aware that a certain nemesis
This is similar to the
is said to return.
We saw earlier. A Zonai.
No thanks to Nintendo's own marketing, actually
Look like
blasting
highlights.
everything in my face.
This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens.
Now, I believe the Zonai were a concept that was introduced in Breath of the Wild, and I actually hardly remembered them by name, but
the first of Hyrule's
they
royal
are there,
family,
mostly from the labyrinths.
born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens.
Anyway, let's watch.
These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule. This figure, he seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this, it shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Oh. Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the
Imprisoning War, I thought it would say so.
and the events that led up to it. Link! This is a huge discovery.
The Imprisoning War, I think, being the
All right then.
war that was
Now
originally
here's this
referred
invention
to
of
by that
Pura's.
name in A
I'm glad
Link
I
to the
didn't leave it
Past, I think.
behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh, it looks like the rest of the murals are obscured.
It's been a name that's been floated around in the lore of the series in various forms for
What
quite some
is
time.
this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead.
I'm certain the orb
Link.
that
Let's keep moving
the
deeper.
figure that's almost certainly supposed to be Ganondorf was holding has some relation to the Triforce of Power, even though it's not triangular, but we will see what is up with that. So, now, we can't point and click a camera ourselves just yet. We don't really have much of anything other than the sword, in fact. No bows, no shields, anything like that. Just a lot of artwork to look at. So yeah, straight into the Imprisoning War. Or at least a version of it in this tale. I mean, it's very hintfully hinted with the nomenclature on the map in Breath of the Wild that this current Kingdom of Hyrule is very far removed from the legends told in all of the other games, but we'll see if there's very direct connective tissue to all of that this time. Anyway, Zelda's going to walk slowly. We can still have a chat with her. Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks very sinister. I mean, this is just calamity and malice all over, and it's not something we really want to be taking a bath in, I think. But oh, here we go. Inverted triangles. Always a sign. Yes, let's continue. Why not?
What is that?
Notice from save screen I was at full power, full hearts, full stamina, etc. I'm sure that gets stripped down to nothing. And it looks like this is a sealed Ganondorf, no doubt, who is steadily becoming unsealed. I feel like picking that up is a bad idea. That's a tear of the kingdom. You can just tell. Very reminiscent of some of the teardrop designs for the collectibles in a Silent Realm in Skyward Sword, in fact. And there we go. It just got stripped down. I'm sure the Master Sword is going to be heavily corrupted as well. And wow, that's not good for your arm.
Link!
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carry that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Remember, I want to say from Ocarina of Time, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while, though. But we'll see. I mean, usually Zelda games are a big lore reset anyway. Retroactive continuity. Anyway, there goes the castle. Wrong arm. Interestingly, though, because Link is usually a lefty, I wonder if this will actually force him to be a lefty in this game, but... It does feel like we have something a little more serious to attend to at this point. Alright, let's see what happens. Now, the Pro Mode interface earlier disguised my total number of hearts. And other data like that. We'll see if that remains the case, because that would be a change from the first game, I think. But let's watch the scene first and see how we regain our agency as the player. Look at that, the arm that was once broken and now reforged. Well, I suppose that will be the source of our power.
Link, finally you wake.
In this game.
I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
I'm sure we'll plug in all kinds of special powers into it this time around. Master Sword's going to need some repair. Anyway, I guess this will be the tutorial zone. We have gained control. I can't actually see anything here in the interface when it comes to my current heart or stamina total. One wheel of stamina, but looks like Pro Mode actually does disguise your hearts this time, which is interesting. I mean, we're down to 3, we know that. But it's in a bad way. And a very decayed Master Sword musical motif as well. Oh, also now it gives me inventory access. Let's take a look at that. I think it does anyway. It allowed me to push the button. Okay, tutorial zone, and yes. Oh, very streamlined interface this time. The other fields aren't open yet, but I'm sure you'll have your usual bow and arrow, shield, food, etc. But right now, just 9 slots for weapons. 1 reserved for Master Sword. It's not going to poke much of anything. It's worth about as much as a stick at this point. Also, can we climb? Not these walls. We can't. What's this? Gave me a prompt, but I couldn't see it. Oh, okay. That's just a jump. I see. And then we'll cut through here eventually. Can't do much of anything here. And this looks very much like the Master Cycle Shrine. Well, not really. It's just got some gears. It's not really the same thing at all. Well, it's telling me to look at this, so obviously we'll look everywhere else first, just to see what happens. That's just how we play. And we'll see where this takes us. Place your hand on the dial. Very luckily, that matches the right hand. I guess I'm still a righty in this game, aren't I? Anyway, we did say we'd try to play this with no fast travel, but obviously if there are any forced warps in the course of the story, we'll have to take them. But hopefully not. Because this does look kind of like a teleportation point. If the previous game is any indication. But anyway, we powered everything up. We are deep underground. And, oh, this is a contextual jump. This is interesting. I think that's new. A contextual dive. Hadn't seen one of those in a while. Wasn't in the first game. We'll see how that matches up with a standard jump and where it can be useful. Climb, climb, climb. There we go. And then this is another contextual jump. So what's the difference between this and just normal jump? Nothing really. Nothing really. I suppose it just has an extra binding to the action button just in case. Maybe it forces a certain accuracy, particularly because we don't seem to have the parachute. I'm kind of glad we don't have a parachute, actually. It breaks a lot of the traversal ideas in the first game, once you get it. Landing in water, even from a great height, will prevent you from taking fall damage, yeah, just like the good old days. Anyway, treasure chests, let's see what this is. Probably some clothes, I hope. Okay, great. Alright, let's get some gear. Now the thing is, I don't have the stasis rune, which I basically used as a scanner in the first game to just have a quick highlight of where the interactable objects were, but we'll make do without that, and we'll continue. Okay. Anyway, oh, so this is going to be the equivalent of the big establishing shot in the first game, as we see just how high up in the sky we really are. And why the tutorial was telling me to take a dive, because it looks like we're taking a dive once again. Where are we? This looks very much like... Well, I mean, everything's up in the air, so... Shattered to bits. All of this is kind of foreign. I don't know if we are meant to recognize any of it. Obviously, the pool is very reminiscent of where Varuta was stationed in the last game, but we can say it out of any big pool. Anyway, let's jump. This is the part where you remember you forgot your parachute, but it is the establishing shot. Tears of the Kingdom. I love how he just totally and confidently takes a leap of faith. Yeah, I mean, first game was also very heavily Miyazaki inspired in some ways, but certainly Castle in the Sky here. Let's get a shot. I think the series has always had a very strong kinship with Miyazaki, in fact. But sometimes it's more obvious than others. Anyway, straight into the pool, because the marker obviously told you that the jump would be safe. Lily pads that are able to bear our weight. We don't have any Cryonis rune this time, but you know, we'll run around, we'll collect some materials. I guess we only had a pair of pants. I don't know if we were supposed to collect a shirt or anything else up top, but if we did, I missed it. I'll have to go back for that some other time. Great Sky Island. And yeah, we'll probably take this rather than a Master Sword. Well, I mean, it's only 1 additional damage, but I have to get used to jumping with X again. That's something very Breath of the Wild specific, where X means up and B means down. It's a bit unconventional at first, but we got used to it after a couple 100 hours in the first game. And alright, let's climb. And I'm in pro mode, obviously, so we don't seem to have any kind of map access right now anyway, since we don't have the equivalent of a Sheikah Slate-like device. I'm sure at some point we'll claim Zelda's Nintendo Switch or something like it, and we'll have map access from there, but for now, we are without map, we are without radar, we're just going to trust our senses. I can probably chop down a tree. That's how these games work. Let's chop it down. Poor Master Sword being reduced to an infinite durability branch cutting tool. After sealing off evil for how many tens of thousands of years. Not exactly the most dignified fate. Okay, is this slippery? Not that slippery, so let's climb it. This ledge, however, is fine. So let's see what's up here. Again, no parachute. We have to remember this because I have so many base jumping habits from the first game. And look at that, it's one of the dragons, isn't it? It is one of the dragons. Unfortunately, I can't zoom in and see what color it is, but it doesn't look like one of the ones from the first game, unless it's... I mean, it's kind of bluish, might be Nadra. But we'll get there. I'm sure you're kind of meant to see it from this rather obvious vantage. These games do follow rather cinematic principles when it comes to leading your eye. And so, up we go. We should have enough stamina to make this climb. We'll just not exert ourselves too much by lunging. And we'll leave some stones unturned because they're too heavy to pick up, apparently. It was shrooms. Okay, yes, let's take it. Assuming. Okay, sky shroom. This is new. Now, right now, like I said, I can't actually see my health, but it is 3 hearts and we haven't taken damage, so we'll just leave that as is. I don't know if these trees have any nuts inside or anything like that, but like I said, it's kind of nice to be without the parachute again. It was kind of a purity to Great Plateau in the first game, when you really had to do all the traversal the long way. And then, yeah, little tutorial message about the stamina wheel. We might as well trigger that now. Lily pads galore. I don't know if there's any real prominent landmark to look for here. Oh, here's a tree. Let's just collect some shrooms. See if there's anything else up here. Not yet. Probably a bad idea to just jump without knowing where we're going. I mean, you just die to fall damage, I'm sure. Although, if you see a body of water, I don't see why we can't just go for it. Is that a body of water? Yes, it is. I feel like the game heavily implies that you can do that. And so we might do that instead of following any kind of prescribed path, just because, again, that's the way I play. In fact, that might be fun. Look at this. This is rather more expansive than I had originally envisioned. An entire kingdom in the clouds. But yeah, fairly vast body of water. If we can stick a landing there, that'd be great, obviously. But our aim would have to be true. That looks like a... not a lift, but maybe... well, definitely some kind of platform that might be a jumping off point that is designated as safe. Looks like we might in fact have some multiple options here before we head down anywhere. So we can just follow our curiosity. There is a snow zone. We're obviously underdressed. Dragon over there looks very, very curious. And rather autumnal landscape down here that, we'll see what happens. I mean, it might just be like jumping off the plateau in the first game where... yeah, it looks like we're a little bit far off from being able to make that. I mean, we can always try. It'll just kick me back. But let's see if we can find a landing spot that is a little more accurately targeted. Probably off here. Following guidance? What's that? We don't do that around here. Yeah, let's actually just go down to the next pool. Let's see if it lets me. It does not let me. Okay, that's too bad. Well, that's very un-Zelda-like of you. Naturally, we tried the same thing back in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 when parts of the continent seemed to wrap into each other, and didn't let me do that there either, but I'm glad we attempted it. Just to check. I mean, we're directly over the body of water. Surely it... no, it doesn't. If the fall damage chips away... oh, it does chip away at my hearts. Okay, now it displays. Alright, let's maybe be a bit more careful now. Probably take a shroom. I'm glad, by the way, that this is not constantly beeping at me. The way that Zelda games tend to do when you're down to 1 heart. But it was 1 heart of damage from the fall, so let's be cautious here. And we'll munch on some shrooms when we can. I don't feel particularly desperate to do so right now, but let's proceed. Yeah, so interesting that the Pro mode does not give you the HP display, so it's extra professional this time. I guess we'll probably want to be cautious about fall damage here too then. Okay. Yeah, so diving into designated locations only. At least across those kinds of distances. Eventually we'll need some kind of pause display too. See, oh, more tree branches, that's great. Anyway, we're still using the decayed sword, we've got a couple of branches, no shields, no horse. Oh, interesting. So there is a quick select which is up on the D-pad, a quick select for food, which I don't believe was in the first game, but which will be quite useful here, so you don't need to constantly pop into the menu to munch a couple steaks while you're fighting a lion or whatever. Okay, that looks like an enemy. We should actually eat up before we take on that. And you can select with the R stick and drop. Why would we want to drop? I think we just selected with A, right? What do we select with A? Or drop? Okay, so can we consume that somehow? Maybe I can't consume that directly from the menu. Then what would be the point? Well, let's take a look. We'll obviously have to fight that little bot there, and we've got some other shrooms coming, so let's just munch. Get a little bit of a damage buffer here. Not much of one, but yeah, let's switch to a tree branch. Crouch. Oh, it totally sees me. That's okay, well. Okay. Just whip it with a branch, and then there we go. Soldier construct. Zone I charge. Interesting. Well, that's all new. Let's grab some apples while we're at it. The tree branch is badly damaged. Well, I guess we'll switch back to our formerly glorious grass-cutting utility. Oh, this totally looks like a... No, it's totally not. One of those iron plates that you can move around with magnesis. Not that we have magnesis. I'm expecting a totally new suite of powers in this game. I just thought that would be a natural place for a Breath of the Wild sequel to go. Can we climb on these surfaces? Yes. Okay, good to confirm that. And so we shall. And we'll just climb and climb and climb. Okay, got another pool up here. And yeah, this is just back to where we were previously. As we might have recognized, had we any sense of direction. But, you know, our guidepost here is going to be the dragon. So, got up here, we fought the construct, we have a couple of platforms to look around. We'll see if we have our pick of where to go, or not quite also. Got a little bit of stick drift here. Let's take the wooden stick. Looks like that's all we have here, unless we can do anything through this vantage point. Maybe we can stare at it with our beamless Master Sword. This looks like something else interactable, is it? Alright, it's gonna wake up and then do what? Looks friendly. Steward construct. Princess Zelda left something for you in my carrot. It's got to be her Nintendo Switch. Yes, that's right. This is the Purah pad. Seems like Purah had been working on an upgrade. I wonder what happened to Purah, actually, because she was reverse aging down to a child in Breath of the Wild, and theoretically, if she continued to reverse age, she'll be totally Benjamin Button by now. I'm told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with direction. We'll have to find out. We'll go to the labs eventually when we get back to the overworld and see what has changed. Anyway, here's the map and display. We'll see what that does to my standard display here in Pro Mode. And then we can open it up for mapping. Princess Zelda is waiting at a location marked on its map. We stand in a garden of time. Now that is a temple of time that is quite unlike the one I know. It was used in the distant past. Although maybe reminiscent of the one that was the reversible tower dungeon in Twilight Princess, perhaps. I mean, it's very much an original design, but we'll see what it's going to remind us of when we get there. Very different from our own, though. Wonder if that's going to be our first port of call. Fine, Princess Zelda. Can we just ignore this quest? We're going to find out. Because I spent most of Breath of the Wild for the first 180 hours or so completely ignoring the main quest, so we'll see if we can do something like what's here. Let's take a look at the map first. Like, find Princess Zelda, we have to. I mean, I guess she's on this island. I guess we might not even be able to get down until we do that in the tutorial zone. Okay, this annoys me about the localization of both this and the first game. When you play in English, for some reason, in both Breath of the Wild and apparently this game, you can only read the temperature in Fahrenheit and not in Celsius. I know this because I played Master Mode in Breath of the Wild in French, and it switched to Celsius, which was very sensible. But it has always annoyed me to no end about the first game, and perhaps now this one, that you just don't get an intuitive idea of the temperature at all if you're from a Celsius country that happens to speak English. Which, well, I mean, you know, years of complaining about that in the first game did nothing, so. Okay, so Zelda's pictures, which we saw her take beneath Hyrule Castle. Look at that, the location is stamped. You can see it in full screen, which is important because that already makes it a better photo mode than what we had in the first game. Now we have the map. We don't seem to have a Hero's Path mode yet in this game. Okay, so this is good old Hyrule as we know it, continentally speaking. Looks like we must be directly over the former Great Plateau, in fact, so we'll be working our way down to that in the center of the kingdom. It's pretty close to, yeah, Castle is kind of around here, Central Hyrule. And, I mean, we know the original map pretty well, so it'll just be a matter of seeing what the overlay will be. I do wonder if they'll eventually patch in the Hero's Path in this game like they did in the first game, where it gives you the animated line showing you everywhere you went in your adventure for the past 200 hours. But unfortunately only the past 200 hours. Ask me how I know. Anyway, Great Sky Island, yeah, that's where we are. We didn't really look at this place exhaustively at all. We've got so much more to explore. Did we even come up here? Yeah, I guess that's where we more or less started. Came down, walked over. Anyway, we'll go north. This being pro mode, we'll just use our eyes. Yeah, so we'll see what the design is going to be like. If I have some freedom to wander, obviously I'll try to exercise that as much as I can. Because it looks like we just go back. Yeah, that's just back where we came, so not too much of a purpose in that yet, but we'll eventually want to explore this a little bit more. I guess everything to our right here, that's this snow zone. We're certainly not equipped for that, but let's grab everything we can. Just take a quick look. Oh, actually, the snow zone is pretty accessible from here if we go down eventually to the lower level. I'm sure there will be some kind of introductory quest, rather like the plateau in the first game, where you kind of have to hit the different points of this continent before you leave. Look at that. That's an interesting point of interest with the spinning thing. That looks rather ominous. Do we have a scope? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Didn't need to read a tutorial message or anything. We just needed to mark it. Now that we have map pinning abilities. In that case, let's see where this is. Yeah, he's got a construct there. Let's just take a look. So it looks like this will be eventually the central platform. And we have 300 pins this time around, which is wonderful. We bumped right up against a 100 pin limit in the first game. Very aggressively, so very glad to have that. Very, very glad. Anyway, that's a point of interest. Other points of interest. What's that up there? That looks ominous. Yeah, I know we have enough pins that I can just leave these pins on for the time being, but, you know, these are fairly prominent landmarks, I think. Will largely be fine. Then, what else do we have? Look at that stump over there. It's like something that was once a Deku tree, perhaps. Or something like that. I keep instinctively pressing X as I jump, like I'm about to pull my parachute. Not the case here. And yeah, we'll have lots to explore. Let's just move on for now. Very often seems like my entire shtick here is to not follow instructions, so. But we'll explore a bit, grab some apples. Who's this guy? Oh, that's just a steward still. Be wary of soldier constructs as you travel this way. Target your opponents? Yeah, that'll just be good old Z targeting. Which we totally didn't use in a previous fight. Target, but don't actually attack. What happens when we do attack? I must protect myself. Okay. Well, now we know. And here's some breakable pots. We can, of course, throw things, but we're not going to just yet. What is this? Oh, that's just another pot. And how we're doing for inventory space, we're full. That's okay, it just means we can equip a branch and throw it at something. Where was Temple of Time? Was it this way? Yes, it is. So I guess we're meant to jump off of that point. We don't really have much flexibility otherwise on this island anyway, so let's go. To the designated diving board. So that's why I told you to press A for the contextual jump. Because that's the only way those warps will function. And here we are at the foot of somewhere new. Anything here? Nope. Should eventually get some clothes. Oh, here's a guy. Then, you know what? We'll just keep throwing branches in. We've got so many of these things lying around. Should have actually practiced some other combat maneuvers to see if they're unlocked right out of the gate. Good old flurry rush and all that. But that's okay. Yeah. Like we're just going to sheath our weapons and then... Also, I don't know if we can chop anything substantial with a decayed sword, or if it just takes down sticks. Oh, lower in energy. Okay, so it is like the other Master Sword, except only with 1 damage. Can't just poke it all day long. Okay, sticks can't really cut the grass either. I guess that makes sense that you can't cut grass with sticks. Also, I whistled when I instinctively pressed that button to sheathe the weapon. I don't know what game that is muscle memory from, but it's not this. Okay. Not that we have a bow yet, but we might as well stock up some arrows. And what do we have up here? Okay, another landing pool. Let's see, we obviously can't go to the snow zone yet. I mean, we could try, but we probably need to stock up on quite a bit of food to keep our health up and running. It would be interesting to do it, but maybe we should get a lay of the land first. Oh, here's a cooking spot, and that's excellent. Let's some things together. Oh, that's trying to attack me? Okay, that's fine. Oh, and it's grabbing a flaming torch. Oh, no, it is gonna... Yeah, I locked onto it rather poorly. Let's, maybe just eat a little bit here. I was trying to lock onto it to do a stick toss here, but that was maybe not the finest idea we've had all day. Okay, now we have a stick. Okay, so that was suboptimal, but we're learning. Getting used to this. Let's have a cookout. If I want to cookout, can I do a multi-select using up on a D-pad? Let's see. We can sort and we can drop, but I guess to pick up, we probably still need to go in to add, perhaps, up to 5 as before. Yeah, let's just put these two together and see what happens. And, okay. Probably need more ingredients, especially once we've... Oh, look, and it tells you when a recipe is new, which is excellent. I love the cooking music, yeah. Wish we had it for cooking all the time. It's pretty similar to the one in the first game as well, so... Maybe not exactly, but... Okay. Yes, pepper. Okay, actually we do need pepper, because that's what's going to get me through this snow zone. In fact, let's just do a couple of these at once and test this out. It should, in fact, give me warm meals to get through the snow. Spicy simmered fruit. Cold resistance 330. In fact, let's try it with 2 peppers just to see what the modification is. And add some apples for health. And yeah, it adds a little bit of time. I think 330 up to 6. Or let me take a look at this. Also, if you go up, then you cannot select the cooked meals. So I think this is just for if you want to drop materials out in the field. So for example, if you want to bait enemies by dropping food, this is how you would do it. But you would still use the old interface for cooking. We definitely... Hang on. There we go, food. 330, yeah, so theoretically we should be stacking more of these 330 timers rather than going for 6. Even though it's going to be a little less fruit efficient. And then let's just say shroom plus pepper by itself. Let's just try this out. Fruit and mushroom, yeah, that's still it. That's 3 minutes, so maybe the 330 was just a random bonus. Looking at that. Let's try with just the apple. Probably very similar, fruit and mushroom mix. Well, not mushroom, it would just be fruit. So it should be something, yeah, similar to fruit. Okay, let's keep that for now. We'll want it for the snow. And hopefully, even though I'm in pro mode, it will give me the timer. I'm going to be freezing my buns off here, but it doesn't look like we have a temperature indicator even... Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, it's just under my stamina dial. So we can go for it if we want to just explore for a bit, which, of course, I'll want to do. Okay, so... Yeah, since we're in pro mode, we're not going to see the display on screen, but we'll just get some meals going and maybe explore for a bit. Just to do things extra out of order. We'll need to come back here eventually anyway, but let's say we're going to go 330. And we'll watch the timer. There is no timer in pro mode, though. So it looks like we'll just need to check manually from time to time. I don't know if that was the case in the first game either. If it disables this much, like, we might actually turn on the standard UI. Because that's actually a lot less information to work with than in the original. Oh, let's get some more combat going, perhaps. Or we can sneak around and just take a look. Look at that. Maybe this will give me something useful. Let's... Oh, it's just going to make noise. Okay, never mind. Maybe I can toss it at these guys. Okay, probably shouldn't have taken that hit to the face, but we'll get it to sneak over. Okay. Alright, no time's wasting. Let's, oh, treasure chest. That's important. Will we have some clothes at last? No. But we will have arrows, which I suppose stocking out for later can't be a bad thing. Yeah, so if we're not in pro mode, I guess we do need to check the timer from time to time. I'm pretty sure it did display the timer in the first game, but we'll maybe go for a bit of a climb. Can I climb on the ice, or is it too slippery? We're about to find out. It is too slippery. I don't think we had that many... Oh, no, we definitely had icy surfaces in the first game, but... Yeah, it works the same way as rain. Cold water we probably shouldn't touch. But we should try. No, okay, it's gonna be fine. It's not too bad. No, we shouldn't touch it. No, never mind. Yeah, I mean, same kind of physics rules as in the first game, essentially. No real surprises here. We'll have to be attentive to when my spicy food is going to wear off. Anyway, more peppers. Excellent. I should have marked the cook pot earlier so we could go back to it, but... Because... Yeah, we basically crossed over here. Oh yeah, it was just central in this location. That's okay. We should have marked it, but... Is this friendly? Looks like the steward. Might be another steward. Maker construct. Confirming a raft and Zonai device operational status. Do I require a raft? Probably. Zonai device. Well, it's a motorboat by the looks of it. Activates when struck to generate wind on demand. Interesting. Falling into it will quickly sap your stamina. Okay. An energy cell. Do we have one? I do not. I guess we'll get one. Excellent. Alright. We'll see. I guess maybe it's a meter that you just charge up. Replenish automatically. Yes, okay. So it's basically like an extra stamina bar. Alright. So... Cold resistance... Not a lot of time on that, but... Can we just push the raft? Or do I just strike it now? Let's try with a branch. Oh, totally goes. Rafts are in for maintenance. Oh yeah, so we want the ones by the riverside. Actually, this is a good time to test if the timer on the pepper is going to stack. 30 seconds on that. We really do need some clothing at some point, but we'll... add a little bit of health. Let's see if it... Oh, no, it just goes up to 3. It doesn't stack. I think that was also the case in the first game, so... Shouldn't be a surprise. Okay, so it actually does show your battery. So I guess it goes until you decide to switch it off. You can switch it off, good. And then the battery is conserved. So you can't just do it infinitely, but you can do it quite a ways. I wonder if we can turn it, in fact. Doesn't look like we can do it at this point, but we'll check it. Also, this looks like there might be treasure. And, oh, okay, warm fire. Good. Use it to recover a small amount of power. Ah, okay, so that's a consumable device if you need it in the middle of the water or what have you. Also, let's do a temperature check right now. I'm sure I'm wasting up time on the pepper, but we are warm by the fire, which is good. Oh, yeah, we don't have bombs or anything. I guess, let's see if we can... Or I should just set fire to this, actually, except we might burn the contents, which might not be good. Wooden stick, we can do it. Yeah, we might just toast a whole bunch of apples inside if we're not careful, but, you know, there we go. Good. Let's maybe not touch that. Yeah, we're going to toast a few apples. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's just health. And, yeah, let's maybe open some more apples. And maybe we just do a couple peppers at a time. I'm sure we can create some kind of huge timer. In fact, let's see. Experimentation. Very important. Do we get a long timer? Was it just me, or was Link kind of humming Zelda's lullaby while it was cooking? Anyway, 10:30 on that. That's actually maybe not the most efficient use of 4 peppers, since ideally we wanted 3 minutes of pepper, but very healthy, though, so makes up for that with hearts. And as usual, I'm pretty sure we can't rebake anything that's already been cooked. We know that from the first game. We should mark the cook pod. For sure we need to mark the cook pod. Also because it's going to tell me where fire is located. For warmth. Alright. Let's see what's up here. Then... this looks like magnesis, that we need to pick this up and stick it in here, but we don't have magnesis. I guess we need to regain it at some point by clearing something that might be equivalent to the shrines in the first game, but we'll see what that's going to be. 50 seconds, okay. Yeah, we'll just look at that from time to time. Yeah, if the pro mode just in this game essentially amounts to having to click to the menu all the time, then I won't lean too heavily on it, but for the moment we can maybe yeah, we'll cook some more peppers. Okay. Let's try with 3. Might not be very efficient, but actually, yeah, no, with the apple is fine. Because we don't necessarily need health, we do need lots of uptime, though. So we can actually run around safely. 8 minutes, again, not the most efficient. We want to squeeze 3 minutes per pepper if we can. So, I guess at some point, that was fed into the health meter instead. And 3 seconds on this, yeah, now is a good time to load up. And we'll just prioritize the ones that do not give much health. Okay, so we can try to find some way to traverse up there. I mean, the walls are pretty icy, so it doesn't look the most feasible right now, but we did make some progress by crossing the raft. You can see, in fact, where the crossings are going to be, which is perhaps rather important. Yeah, we don't really need to be that frugal about the map pins, but I think that's just an old habit from running out of pins so quickly in the previous game. This doesn't look like we can pick it up or do anything. More peppers are, of course, going to be a good idea. Alright, let's go up. Water is going to be cold. We don't want to touch it. Let's just go out the path. See how high we can make it. Okay, looks like we have some shrooms. These look very much like the ones that give you speed in the previous game. Right? Rush room, that's right. You'd think I'd remember the name after the previous game, but in the description it says temporarily increase your movement speed. Yeah. Eventually we might need that, but I'm not really speed running anything here. Although I guess it would conserve the time that we have available on the pepper. We could cross the bridge, but we can also do this. Is it too slippery, or no? We can do it. Might be a little stuck on this side, though. Yeah, let's actually cross over. As I was saying earlier with the parachute, I think it's true of not having Cryonis available as well, that we actually have to play around the terrain quite a bit more. Kind of back to fundamentals when it comes to the pure experience of the plateau in the original game. There's another cook pot, very important. I wonder if we can sneak strike this guy. He's looking this way. I'm going to see if there's a sneak strike equivalent. There should be, obviously, but we'll see if we can do it nonetheless. Also, notice that there's no sound indicator on the UI just yet, so we'll just have to wing it when it comes to stealth. That's for now. Oh, we totally didn't wing it. Oh. We also don't have a shield to do much of anything. Okay. Soldier constructs. Let's we got 5 seconds on the cold resistance, so we'll load up in just a moment after we well, we can just load up now. Get 6 minutes on this thing. Yeah, we got 5 seconds. Let's just eat now. And try to make this a little more efficient. We'll try to get 6 minutes out of this if we can. We'll see if that is actually the case. 5:30. Okay, so there is a little bit of randomness to it. We can't always get maximum efficiency, it looks like. But and yeah, humming the Kokiri song from Ocarina of Time. Why don't I remember its actual name? Did we eat? We didn't eat. I must be freezing. No, I've still got 5 minutes 45. Okay, no. I need to actually remember this stuff from time to time. This is not an ice wall, is it? It might be. If it is, then we might be in a little bit of trouble here. Although, maybe if we jump strategically, we can find ledges that we're capable of ascending. We might be stuck here. Well, I guess we're potentially forced to turn back unless we can find an appropriate ledge or vantage. Doesn't look quite as icy. Looks pretty much like a wall of ice, though. What about this? That doesn't look like ice along that corner. Let's cross over to the other side. We don't want to take damage from the water, but some of these cliff sides are valid. And we'll try to find the path. Oddly reminds me of going from Portal 1 to Portal 2, where in Portal 2, a lot of the valid surfaces were a little bit more constrained. But yeah, this looks like it is a climbing surface, so we'll take it. Just need to be attentive. And we'll work our way up. Yeah, so it looks like it only displays your hearts directly if you are in peril. But at least it does so without bleeping in your face all the time. Okay. Anyway, up we go. No need to rush it, it just consumes too much stamina. Ah, sure, let's rush it. Okay. 334, yeah, we're doing fine. It looks like we need to light this up. This is almost certainly just a flint campfire tutorial. Can we break any of this stuff? Currently, probably not. Yeah, I think we actually do need to light it on fire then. Because... Alright, we'll do that. Can we place the flint, please? Let's... Okay. You know what? Let's try this out. New interface. Place the flint. This is... Whoops. Drop. Can't take that out here. Why not? Flint. Drop. Whoops. Got. Flint. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Just need to get used to this. Drop. And then... Hang on. We might not be able to do the quick drop so much. We might just use the standard interface. Might be easier. Yeah, because then you can actually drop it in the appropriate location and then strike it. Oh, we need metal, actually, to do this. Can't do it with a wooden stick. Do we have something metal? No. Not here, anyway. Well, we'll solve that problem once we have something metallic that we can use for slashing things. Yeah, because obviously just smacking things with wooden sticks isn't going to do much for us here. Let's take the flint. Oh, you know what? No, we've got the Master Sword. What are we doing? Except it is depleted because we used it for cutting too much grass. So... Is it actually depleted? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I guess we would need to have it recharged before we can use that accordingly. Or we can look around for some kind of appropriate substitute. Anyway, this looks rather like it's going to be something like a dungeon that gives me magnesis or equivalent. Well, there we go. Not much I can do here. We made it, but it's not doing anything for me. Maybe it's a puzzle to solve, or it's just something that we haven't activated yet because we didn't bother to visit the Temple of Time. However, nice vantage point. 1 minute on the cold resistance. Oh, that's an interesting little hollow there. We didn't even check that. But it looks like that's an exit rather than an entrance. Can we find a way to get there? Let's take a look at the map. If we can get up there, that would be ideal. Because that looks rather suspiciously related to everything we are doing here. Did we manage to climb? Whoa, nope. Hang on. Oh, that's our first game over today. Didn't watch her step. Whoops. That's a sensation we haven't had in a while. Shoring up the parachute. Anyway, where are we? We are down below again. Let's go back up. Let's go back up because I think we can do this. And yeah, this ejected me back to cold resistance 530, so it is ejecting me back to the autosave at that point. Let's just cross over the same way we did before and just retrace our steps. And not just take a dive off a cliff this time. Can't even blame Joy-Con drift for that one. It was just pure carelessness. Didn't watch where we were going as I was trying to scout for a way up. Anyway, let's return to the scene of the crime. And, yeah. Whoops, slipping across. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's not fine. Let's get out. Oh, the stamina is enough to take me across without drowning. Okay, here we go. Come on, here we go. And up we go. Back to where we were. Okay, probably should fuel up on health, but we'll do it anyway when we want to refresh the timer on the cold resistance, so there's really no hurry. As long as we don't blow ourselves up this time. I probably could have survived that fall damage earlier. Had I built up, in fact, because I don't think it was like a full 3 hearts that we took. Also, there's this little central passage here. We should have taken that in the first place. But anyway, let's grab this. Grab the flint. Same ideas before. We can even grab some of the apples that we know are present. Timer is 3 minutes, okay. Barrels are going to crash a little bit, but otherwise not do very much for me. Yeah, they do need to crash against the object too. Hang on. Let's aim properly here. There we go. Box is going to take quite a bit more punishment, but we'll burn everything when we can. Or just run some fire open once we have an appropriate source. Oh yeah, we did previously see this thing. We saw that there's this little hollow up here that we should work our way towards. Which we saw from a great distance earlier, in fact. Where are we on the map? Let's take a look. Yeah. And there we go. Rest in peace. Our first death of the day. Okay, let's not just take a cliff dive this time. With 1 heart remaining. That was a bad idea. Is there a climbable surface? Not really. The ice doesn't look that high, at least, but maybe it's possible to scramble. But maybe we shouldn't count on that. With the aid of a rush room, I wonder if I can, in fact, because it would give me a bit more distance, but we're probably unable to traverse this right now until we find an appropriate location somewhere around here. No, it's all ice. Isn't that nice? Unless we can move a tree or something. Or light this on fire and have a gust of wind. Can we do that? No, we can't because we don't have a parachute. Okay. All the assumptions we make about how this game is going to work, which suddenly fail as soon as you don't have a sailcloth to wave over your head. 1 minute. Cold resistance. Yeah, so we have this vantage point over here. We can see... Let's actually take a look at this with a scope and see what's going on in there, and we'll try to find a path. It's surrounded by ice all around. There's a treasure chest. Probably need to get over there with a sailcloth, or if we can climb from the other side. How can we climb from the other side? Let's take a look at the map. We need to ascend this location somehow and wrap around. I don't know if we can do that unless we find a way up. We'll swear. Yeah, I think maybe best to go around for the time being. Unless we can have some kind of safe drop down here. Climb back up somehow. Let's take a look without falling. 10 seconds on a cold resistance. Let's load up on food. We can kind of drop little bit by bit and see where this takes us. That was more damage than I had hoped for. This thing also looks hostile. We should eat. This looks very hostile. Yeah. Just wondering if it can detect my presence. Now it sees me, now it doesn't. Oh, no. Discovery! Oh, that's a new indicator. Bottomless cave. Wow, this really is bottomless. Kind of wonder about the temperature there. We did have a bit of cold resistance still, but let's go around here first before we go in. Let's just see what we're dealing with. Yeah, so it's just down the slope from where we were just now. We'll go back to the cave in just a moment. We should have marked the entrance, in fact. Oh, no, it's marked for me. Excellent. Also, that sounds like something hostile. There's a log. It's rollable, which means I should think about what we can roll it towards. There's like an enemy encampment or something that we can roll over. Nope, there's something. There's a construct up there. Let's fight it. Let's give it a beating. And just sneak up on it. Well, it's not looking this way. Yeah, let it turn around. There's two of them, actually. Oh, never mind. Well, I guess we'll do this the inefficient way. That is a whip. That is quite the whip. It took a little bit of damage, at least. Let's see if we can sneak over to it and poke it some more. This isn't master mode. It isn't just going to recharge its health endlessly. At least I don't think it will. Oh, okay. Oh, no, hang on, let's eat. That was not clever. Might not even be enough. Nope, I'm not running away from these fast enough. I just need to get down for a moment. Yeah. Unfortunately, without some kind of shield, we aren't going to do too well with this. Now we've got a little bit of cold resistance remaining. Yeah, we'll load up on that when it's efficient to do so on a timer. It looks like that's my only way up. We can try to sneak around them in case there's some reason to do so, but I think I should probably be trying to get a kill there. Oh, what's this? Buried treasure. We cannot fish it out right now. I think we might have to melt around it. 5 seconds. Well, let's eat. I think fighting these guys is going to be a little bit of a tall order, though. Unless we just throw our whole arsenal of weapons at them. I mean, we did chip one guy down a little bit. But taking on two, especially because they're brandishing these built-in whips, that might be a bit of a tall order, so... That's okay, we have food. Worst case, we just lose a lot of time efficiency on the peppers. Oh, totally hears me. Self-detection is on point. If we can sneak up on it, that would be great, but... its hearing is apparently rather good. You know what, let's just go around. Can I pick these up? I bet I can't. Whoa, okay, okay. Hang on. Okay. Let's see. We're getting ourselves into a ton of trouble here, but we'll do it. Let's just actually eat some of these standard materials, just so we don't consume too much at once, until we really need to eat into our timer. Yeah, we need to cook the mushroom for the speed, so let's save it. Should cook more pure health meals, in fact, just to get things up. I don't know if we... Yeah, I wanted to pick up those objects and throw them, we just didn't aim particularly well. Standing a little bit close. Their detection is quite good. Might need to walk a lot more gently here, too. Oh. Oh, no. Totally missed. Totally missed. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna fall. Okay. Maybe not the wisest thing to be messing around here just yet, but... who am I kidding? Of course we're going to try it. Probably we need to take them out to unlock whatever's in the treasure chest, though, so... we might be in for quite some inefficiency here, food-wise. Until we can find a better way to take them down. Let's find out. This pad here looks very suspicious, yeah. But yeah, the fact there was a treasure chest over there, I don't know if we just needed to melt around it or dig it out with the magnesis equivalent that is very conspicuously signaled in this game. But whoa, no, they're still trying to shoot me. Well, maybe we can grab some arrows. Yeah, they see me, they're trying to shoot me. Maybe this is not clever. In our current shape. Yeah, we'll just waste some time on a cold resistance meals, probably. They can definitely see me from up there. It seems like the idea was to throw some of those objects that we saw, but we really couldn't get in position for that, so we'll see what we can do. Two minutes on cold resistance. Yeah, let's just burn it. And we'll just maybe throw a couple of our sticks at it. Try to knock one down as soon as we can. Staying out of view while climbing might have been a good idea, but again, its sound detection is quite good. Oh. It's gonna have some arrows. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, we gotta load up. Two is probably not good enough here. Can we just open this? No, we can't. We do, in fact, need to fight. Hang on. Okay. Wooden stick broke. Yeah, of course it did. Whoop. Oh, okay, that's... Oh, that was bad. Okay. Flamethrower. What are we doing for health? Yeah, let's load up just to be safe. We're very reckless. But that's just how we play. And its detection is so good. Like it's... And the thing is, you kind of peek right above that ledge before you're ready. Unfortunately. We can kind of climb around it. And fight these. That'd be ideal, but we're running out of food. And if I can burn one of them down, if they stay dead, then we're in much better shape. But we've got everything. We've got the whip, the flamethrower, the bow and arrow. Very proficient defenders all around. Yeah, we're gonna run out of stamina if we try to do this. Oh yeah. Bad idea. I'd really like to toss one of these jugs at them, but... Okay. We're not kind of running slowly as well. Yeah, we're gonna break every stick here. It is going down slowly, though. Bad idea. Bad idea. Okay. Oh, nope. Maybe we shouldn't have tossed that. However, maybe we can use that. I tossed it down here. Did we get anything out of it? We got... This dragon head thing just looks very ominous and perhaps useful. Whoops. I mean, we can just chuck this at them repeatedly. It should be an object that actually stays durable and alive. The problem is that we are down here at this point and they are up here. And we have no way to get it back up. How am I doing for health? How am I doing for weapons? Got 3 of these. We, at some point, actually need to slap them with the sticks instead of doing whatever it is I'm doing. Yeah, I think you're probably supposed to fight them by throwing these things at them, but we didn't do a very good job of that, so here we are. Just focus down the weak one, and we'll just come back and fight the other one once we've powered up a bit. 4 minutes in cold resistance, yeah. Because we can just knock it back a little bit before it strikes. Or if we can get some kind of sneak attack on it, just by hanging around until it turns around and ignores me. Problem is that its sound detection is just crazy good, but... You guys are no slouch. Well, I can just hang around here indefinitely until we decide to rush it down, but it is scanning around quite a bit. Yeah, look at that. It hears me. It hears me very well. Let's just try to kite it. Okay, we'll just bait it. That's a bad idea. Okay, one down. Construct bow. Excellent. We have arrows. We can now snipe things. Okay, we've got arrows. We need to eat. The cold resistance 3. Yeah, we just need to burn this. Right in the eyes. Oh, whip. Let's get out of here. Also, can I pick this up? Flame emitter club. Excellent. Also breaks quickly. Whoa, hang on. I gotta eat. I gotta basically munch on everything. We'll save the peppers for last. because we'll need to cook them eventually. Whoa, let's eat. Yeah, we're consuming way too much food, but you know what? That's the price of playing a little bit risky. Also, we have a wooden stick that's available still. Let's whip it. Then it's down. We got some bows. Excellent. So we traded up to some ranged weapons. We traded very heavily, but hey, we're learning the game, so... And we didn't die. Captain Construct. Blade like horn is formidable. Attach it to a weapon to increase attack power. So I wonder how that works with weapon durability, whether the material is lost once the weapon itself breaks. We don't know how to construct things yet, but this looks attachable. Captain 1 Reaper. Also breaks quickly. Okay, so these are basically the equivalent of the ancient weapons in the first game. And so can we actually use this immediately? No, I think we'll probably need to do the equivalent of cooking with it at some point and find something that's like a cooking recipe. But anyway, we have some real weapons now, which is great. Including a flamethrower that we can use to throw flames, because that's what they're for. And all it was a gemstone. Money will eventually cease to matter, I'm sure, but we'll not complain too much about that. We traded down so many items, though, to get that done. And it was very cost inefficient, but we did it. That's the important thing. Where are we? We're here. I wanted to... Oh yeah, the bottomless cave was down there and we totally forgot about that. Let's go back and do that after we've ignored... Rather, after we've explored a little bit more of this island. Yeah, so it was the opal. That's all it was. Just a little carrot on a stick. You're off to bed, but we'll catch up with the VOD. Yes. Thank you so much for dropping by, and once again for the subscription. It's great to see you here live. And you have a good night. Okay. Let's go down. Oh, not that way. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we got this thing, and I guess it's just a throwable object, so we'll just take it with us until we get back to that cave that we saw earlier. Oh, let's look around here some more. And yeah, we'll take it with us in some fashion. Now we can just burn things. And so we will. Eventually. I will also need cold resistance at some point, but we'll... Also, how many arrows do I have? 1. Okay, so we expended too many of those too. But we'll eventually get more. That was a fun fight. I'm glad we figured that out, even though it was at the expense of eating all my food. Absolutely all of it. We'll need to find another cooking point, though, for cold resistance soon enough. But let's go to the bottomless cave first and see what we can do from there. I mean, in worst case, we have a manual way to set fires now, which we can use for survival purposes. So, we'll walk it. Yeah. Oh, we'll hide. This guy's gonna try to whip me in some fashion, I'm sure of it. Okay, that doesn't do too much. Whoa. Ice chew. Yeah, we need to be careful with that. Let's let it deplete first before it ices up. Okay, so it's going to shoot white choo-choo jelly at me if I'm not mistaken. Flame emitter shield. Okay. Oh, that looks ominous. Well, bright bloom seed. Okay, so it's going to be a light source. We'll eventually have to use that for some reason. That looks like a weak point. Looks very prominently like a weak point. Let's see if we can shoot it with my one and only arrow. Just to see how much it does. We can throw things at it eventually as well. Or maybe set something on fire. In fact, if we can get a shield parry, that would have been ideal, but... Come on. Open up. Okay, great. And then now we take the stick and smack it down as hard as we can. That was not hard enough. That's okay. Well, around here, just smack it again. Okay. Oh, did it eat that? Totally did eat that. You can eat that. I wonder if we can actually get it to eat the chew jelly. Hey, this would be interesting. Let's get it to eat the chew jelly. This might be interesting. Oh, not good. And oh, it broke the bow? It totally broke my bow. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we stood in the wrong place there. Let's eat a little bit. We don't have much food, but... Oh, so much for my cold resistance food. I was hoping we'd eat the chew jelly. We need some more weapons. You know what? We really need a shield. Oh, and a shield takes... Oh, it takes battery power. Let's set it on fire. So yeah, the flame emitter weapons use the battery. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm sure they still have their own internal durability, but that is something new. Like stone. Oh, I suppose it was a like. This game's equivalent, bringing back some of the old foes. Good ingredient for elixirs. Yeah, we start using monster parts for anything protective. Flame emitter. So, is this equipable? No, it is just separately listed as a Zonai device. Yeah, I'm sure eventually we get to stack up more energy cells and just have more batteries available. Like stone. Yeah, we'll save that for when we actually need it. We burned through so much stuff and we're at 4 minute 50. Very few peppers remaining, so we better get cooking somewhere. This was not a very bottomless cave after all, if you look at it. Oh, except we can go down. We should actually check the temperature here. Bomb flour. It's not mixed well with fire or electricity. Well, I mean, we don't really have bombs yet. Yeah, notice how the temperature is actually fine here. We don't need cold resistance in the cave. Nice to see some caverns, in fact, which were somewhat lacking in the first game. One of the only things about the open world design in Breath of the Wild that felt like a little less than best in class, because of course that was something that had some precedent in Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is really the standard for open world layouts at the time. Okay, so we have the Flame Emitter Club. We still do have the shield, don't we? Yes. And noticeably, with the shield, we were able to just roast this guy. So much for the club, though. Captain Reaper, yeah. We're gonna run out of weapons here pretty quickly. We'll take everything we can. And the flame shield is quite nice. That is just a projectile launcher. Tons of bright bloom seeds, which is great. Struck, it will root and bloom. Ah, yes, and we should actually start using the bomb flowers because we could just toss and set it on fire maybe with the shield. Because the shield naturally does just project fire. I don't know if projecting fire with it uses durability or if it's only being hit that expends that, but we'll have to find that out. Yeah, because if we basically toss a bomb flower and then use it, that might be really good. Look at this guy. He's a very ripe target to test this kind of thing. Can we get a bomb flower, please? Yeah. I guess we just have to roll it down. Nope, that looks ominous. Bubbles everywhere. Can we throw the bomb flower? Let's see if we can. I don't think we can do it with a quick drop. Like, if we remember... I guess I turned off so many interface elements. Let's, because if we... Yeah, how do I throw things at a distance again? This is something I don't remember. We can, in fact, do it. So I thought it was just with the sticks. Maybe we can only drop at short range. Also notice that there is a mineable location over there. Now we can also just drop a bomb flower over here in case that guy comes back. Then... it's not going to come back. Okay. However, we can use the bomb flower to bomb this. Let's just test it out. Bomb. We'll set it on fire from a distance. Oh, so it does take durability. That's not good. Particularly because we didn't wind up setting it on fire after all, so... okay, guess that was a waste. Too bad. We're down to one weapon as well, so... and also just a minute 30 on the cold resistance, which is not good. This guy's gonna leave me out. Wonder if we can, in fact, smack him with a Captain Reaper. Oh, it disappears and it gives me Bubble Gem. Bubble Frog, okay. We still have a little bit of time in cold resistance, which is good because we're running out quickly. We need a weapon on this guy. Whoa. Better eat. Better eat quickly. We're pretty much out of cooked food, actually. Oh, and we're going to be out of peppers, too. Alright. Guess we have a minute to get business done here before we are really kind of dead. Also, we can just drop a bomb. This guy's going to try to set me on fire. Or we can just go in with Captain Reaper and... okay, we've got Flame Emitter Cub. Excellent. Long stick. Arrows, excellent. Okay, we really need to get cold resistance going though. Where am I on the map? Nowhere near my cook pot, which is upstairs. We might need to rush somewhere warm pretty quickly here. Like inside the cave, but we would need somewhere to cook. So do we abandon this location, or do we go somewhere else? I mean, as long as we still have some food, we can basically load up on health. Oh, this looks dangerous. I'd love to fight this, but we're running out of time on cold, so we might need to retreat and come back. Because the cold resistance is going to become a problem very shortly. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Let's get into the cave, perhaps. Yeah. Okay. We'll need more food and then we can death run it. Either that or we can cook some peppers that we set afire. In fact, if we just roast some peppers by dropping this... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop a bomb flower. We're also going to drop... Well, red choo-choo jelly actually could have set a fire as well if we use an arrow. Let's go red choo-choo jelly. This is going to be wonderfully dangerous. We'll drop a pepper here as well in case we can set it afire. But then we shoot it. Perfect. Perfect. And we even get the updraft. Okay. What we don't get, however, is pepper that is going to give us any kind of bonus. Or any kind of ore that we could have looted here. Yes we do. We've got... What is it? Salt? Yeah. Salt of the earth. And we get amber. Okay, so the chew jelly works as it always has. Oh, treasure chest. Let's grab that. In case we get some warm clothing or something. Lots of bomb flowers available here too, of course. Let's take a look. Or amber. Okay, so we need to do something about the death run here because we're running out of food and out of options. There is a cook pot down there, but we can't get to it yet. It's too far down. Yeah, that is in fact, I think, the cook pot marked down here. Okay, so we need to not be stranded. Ideally, if I can set some... Do we have any wood or something that I can use to set a more permanent cooking flame? Maybe a stick. Except it's just going to roast immediately. We can't really cook with it. We need a controlled flame. Perhaps. Or we just need to death run it, which we may have to do. Yeah, as soon as we're stepping out here, that's the point at which it gets cold. Let's take a look at the map. So we don't really have the flexibility to fight here right now. But we can also return up top. And no, that'll be a little too far from my cooking point earlier. But we can continue down the cave somehow. And find a way to traverse safely. And do kind of a controlled drop. This seems way too high. Not gonna work. Yeah, because we had to find... If we had found a point to do like a controlled drop down below, we would have been able to find a way to cook, but without something like the sailcloth, we can't really do it. However, we have bombs. In the worst case, we'll just continue setting things on fire and using that to keep ourselves toasty. But, yeah. Might be a little bit stuck here unless we find somewhere to cook. And I might even wind up consuming the peppers just for hearts, which is not efficient. Love to fight the constructs that were over on this side, but I don't have a good way of doing that. Nah, no. We're gonna be in big trouble if we do things that way. Let's see how to unstick myself from this situation. We need more food, generally. If we just find more food somehow, that would be an alternative. I'll just head back up here in case I missed anything not particularly useful. Anyway, up we go. Yeah, we opened this earlier. Don't know if we have anything here that we can use for controlled fire. Would have been nice if we did. Over here it gets pretty cold. Just peek outside for a moment. No. No, the correct way is down, I think. Like, we know there was a cookpot location that was just above us, but I don't really think we can make it there. And still have spicy pepper left over. We need to just chance it. And we can grab some peppers from bushes along the way or something. That would be ideal, but currently it looks like we're potentially a little bit stuck. We need a very clear destination. We just need to get to some warmth. We need to get to warmth, and we might be some ways off from that, just given how we've traveled so far. But if we go left and just run it, we can pick up some food on the way, then we can get out of the cold zone, which begins here. This whole thing is a cold zone, no? I don't know if we'll be able to get out of here, given how the lower level was structured. I mean, we could maybe take a splash. We should have marked the first cookpot. It was somewhere over here. We do know there's a cookpot down there, so we can go down. Then... oh, was this above us? It might have been above. Okay, we just gotta go. Oh no, I mean we know it's the one down below, right? Let's take a look here. We know it's the one down below. It's way down below. I didn't realize we'd gain so much height in the first place, but apparently we did. Unless I just have no geographical sense whatsoever, which may, of course, be the case. Yeah, we just need to run it. Get somewhere warmer, or we shiver to death. Ooh, that's not good. We're totally gonna die. Yeah, we gotta use this for health. We can't actually use it for cold resistance any longer. Let's go down. Oh no, we're gonna die. Okay. Alright, we're frozen to death. Let's find another way out. Let's see how badly ejected we are back to our last save. I guess, yeah, icy water, that's not gonna go. Okay, so how do we unstick ourselves from this situation? This might take a few deaths to sort out. Do we still have pepper in our inventory? Yes, we do. And we're up to 3 hearts from a death, which I suppose is a bit of a soft reset in its own way. Yeah, we can just get to a fire to cook, like right now. That'd be the best way forward. We need to find one. We'll probably take a few deaths here as we run around and look for either food or a cooking point. But it's pretty frigid and barren here. Not counting on anything. And also these guys are going to attack me, which is not great. We might just need to set more fires. If we can get out of here quickly. We're going to take cold damage pretty soon. Got the magnesis point here. We just need to jump it. And abandon this reckless affair. Oh, we totally can't jump it. Nope. Nope, too much fall damage. I was trying to slip off gently, but... that might actually be the way to go, in fact. It does give me a path back down. We just need to climb instead of drop. Now, we had a way to cook the peppers. That'd be great. Oh, and we even have a convenient save point here with 3 hearts, so we can just death run it easily. That seems rather cheesy, in fact, as a way to proceed. Let's figure out how to go. Well, I think at this point we have expended our food, and so we need to climb down immediately. Nope, come on. Climb, please. Slipped off the ledge. Okay, let's try it again. There was a climb button, we just didn't activate it at the right time. But that should get me back to some warmth, and then that'll give me a sense of where we'll want to return to later when we have the means. This looks like it is going to be the equivalent of this game's Korok puzzles. I have a way to climb, please. No, hang on. There we go. Not quite a climb, but... okay, that was not quite a climb either, but we made it. And we are now warm. We are now also back to... no, this is new. This is new territory. We haven't been here yet, but there is a way up. And there is a cave as well, with a fire. Look at that. Now we have one, now that we have 1 pepper remaining and nothing to cook it with. Discovery, and now we have more of these. What's he going to tell me? Fortified hell? I mean, yeah. You'll set warm them? Yep, we know this. Okay, 1 effect at a time, we know that as well. What happens when we hold a single pepper? I mean, it just bakes the pepper, right? It doesn't give me the effect. Oh, okay, actually gives me 2 minutes of pepper. Okay, let's do 2 peppers. Yeah, because the cave, as well as the fight earlier, burned a great deal of time. So it averages kind of 2 minutes per, I guess, unless we embellish it with some additional food. Let's get as much as we can. And also let's mark the cooking point, because that has become surprisingly important. Yeah, Pit Cave is actually marked anyway, but now we know. We have a reminder that we can cook here. Oh, keys. It would be nice if we didn't have to use my best weapon against these guys. Let's go long stick. Get some wings off of this guy. Eyeballs and wings. Attach one to an arrow to grant a homing quality to the arrow. That's very nice. There's a new use for these. Once we figure out how to attach things anyway. Arrows and thrown items fly farther with this item attached. Yeah. A lot more usefulness to monster ingredients this time around, which is going to turn out to be quite important, I'm sure. Well, keep that. With our stick. We'll see what else we can pick up. More peppers, excellent. Definitely testing a few things to the limit earlier, but oh, can I? I was thinking about throwing something at that guy, but I think we'll just drop down and fight him. Oh, whoops. Can I just shoot you? There we go. Okay, there we go. Bubble gem. I don't know what that's all about yet, but we'll find out with time. That's a lot of bright bloom seeds. Wonder why we'll eventually need that many, but well, we'll take it. This looks like a bomb spot for sure. Luckily, we have bombs. We have bombs in both locations. Let's okay. First of all, get my flame emitter. Come on. Be nice to aim this properly. Oh, too close. Okay. Well, now we know. Missing every shot with that. I was wondering about the range, but, well, now we know. Okay. And we are just right here, so... And look at all these bright bloom seeds conveniently respawning. For my purposes. This game is very gentle to me in some ways. Okay, bomb flower, let's try this again. Let's try not to miss so badly this time with a flame emitter club. Come on. There we go. That's a much better shot, actually. Much better way of doing it. It might burn some durability, though. But we'll have some cash. We'll have lots of flames. Yeah, I'd rather do it that way, even if it does burn durability. We don't need to worry about aiming. And I totally missed. Okay. Come on. Maybe the rock is blocking it. Let's toss it out of the way. We're standing totally too close. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. It's right there. It's right there. Just watch me blow myself up again. Anyway, I'm sure that when it's red, I can't actually use it yet until it's recharged. Yeah, let's try it. Gotta be kidding. That is a bomb flower, right? I feel like this is, you know, like out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon or something where you're wondering why it's not going off, and then you'll find out once you successfully blow yourself up. Wow, it's just really not going. Alright, let's try this again. We're going to lose all our durability on this weapon just from doing this. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Let's use the stick. No, come on. Really? Watch this. I'm gonna pick this up and it's gonna... There we go. Finally. After losing everything. Oh, and look, it just completes this circuit. Alright, so that was not actually very useful. Just allows you to circle around. And we lost most of our durability on our flame weapon that we worked so hard to get, but there will be more. Where that came from. And we take a look at our food here. Let's load up on a few more. Okay. Should be minimum 8 minutes on this, right? I'm not mistaken. Okay, 7:30, whatever. Look at this gate. Very conspicuous gate. Guess that's the gate that was supposed to lead into the snowy region in the first place. Also, look at this platform. That's new and interesting. Looks like it is a transportation system of some sort. Yeah, let's scan around here a bit more first before we proceed back up into the snow. Are we? Okay. Back here. It's a pretty sizable tutorial zone. Oh, you need to reach your friend. Looks like a quest, perhaps? Who is this? Oh, it's a Korok. I can see you. You got a massive backpack and you've fallen and you can't get up. Okay. Let's mark the signal, perhaps. Okay, no, that's a really obvious location. We don't need to mark that. It looks like we'll need to find some way of traversing the track, probably by putting some kind of vehicle here and moving it. That sounds like a magnesis problem, but... Oh, this is interesting. Device dispenser. Okay, we got these. So it is like a cooking device then. Okay. So it is something like cooking. Oh, so you can use this. Let's take a look. What do we have materials-wise? Also, we can sort this. Yeah, there we go. Got Zonite charges. Flame emitter. Ah, perhaps we can get the emitter from this device? I'm not sure. So I wonder if we can power this up. We hold multiple objects. For instance... Okay, so it looks like they're clearly meant to be combined. Maybe we should do that. Yeah, and we can't combine it with other categories. But we can put materials here. So, for example, if we take some bright bloom seeds, let's hold 5. These are plentiful. What happens when we do that? It's basically like a gotcha machine. Oh, he looks disappointed. All we got was bright bloom seeds. Okay, so never mind. Is that consistently the case? Let's Say we put in construct horn. I don't know. I don't want to do that just yet. Or oh, I see. No. Let's talk to this guy again. Construct horns and zonite charges. Yeah, so we have to put in construct horns. Well, let's do it. Let's we have charges. I don't know if charges count as a capsule, but let's say we hold one. And what does this give me? Maybe a weapon? Oh, that's something. A fan. I see. You know what? I'd rather use this here than for a weapon, just to see if we can get some additional parts. What if the batteries are usable here as well? Portable pot. Oh, excellent. Lasts for one recipe, though. Because is it something usable immediately? Maybe so. Okay. What if I use one of these? Does it give me something useful? We'll see. Smack a battery in there. Yes, it does. Flame emitter. Now, what do we do two at a time? Does it give me two objects, or does it give me a combined object? Oh, okay, multiples. And we, in fact, get quite a few things. What do we do 5 at a time? Just presuming that we don't need that many batteries. This is strangely compelling. Yeah, so we should have actually strategically used the flame emitters now that I know what these are. Although we had one earlier and we didn't know how to use it. Unless it was just the object I was throwing. Anyway. Can we burn some of this, or can we use a sharper weapon? I don't want to burn it necessarily because we might want to smack it with a hard object at some point. But anyway, here's the capsule. We should mark it. It is in fact already pinned. And it tells you exactly which devices it will give you. I don't know if this increases with additional ingredients that you try, but we'll need to look around and see. Yeah, so we saw the pit cave, we saw... Oh, here's the mine cart. We don't have magnesis to pick it up. I don't know if we have something else to push this with. Like a fan. Like a fan, that's right. Let's... Can I attach it? You know what? We can blow it. Just by hitting it, probably. Except this thing is rusted in place, so... Okay. But then... if we set up a cart somehow... I think we do need magnesis to do this, or something that's equivalent, but... that basically is my solution to how we will propel an object. Once we have set it on the rails, which is an important precondition we have not yet met. Let's fight with a stick. Get some jelly. Okay, that's a little weak. First choo-choo jelly of the game, not counting the frozen or flaming ones we saw earlier. Do I have arrows? Burning so many arrows for choo-choo jelly, probably not the most efficient, but... let's run around and loot. Yeah, eventually, if we have another construct fight or something, I'm sure we'll loot some more arrows again, but currently can't make this gap. Nope, can't make this gap. What's over here? Arrows. Speak of the arrows. Let's throw it against the crates. Maybe that'll break something. Does look like it does damage, so. Nothing. Oops. Probably more efficient ways to do this, but, you know, we'll take it. Come on. Just do it repeatedly until it sticks. Oh, that works too. I will gladly take some arrows, even though I think this last remaining bow is getting a little weak after spending it so needlessly on a choo-choos earlier. We need more sticks, that's what we need. We threw so many weapons away earlier. Speaking of which, that tree branch outside. Probably useful for these purposes, but... just try to smash some boxes. Doing everything a slow way, yep. More arrows, that's good. We'll take it. What do we have at this point? 6. Some proper resource scarcity. Okay. Yeah, more rails. More constructs. That guy... it's basically the equivalent of a BMOS. I don't know if it's officially a BMOS, but we'll find out eventually, I'm sure. We probably need to cook more defensive food. Just given the trouble that we've encountered so far. Some fights for which we were definitely not prepared. And we have unfinished business back in the snow zone, so we'll probably go back there once we've cooked a few things up. Yeah, that looks like a fight. Also with a chest. Very similar to the fight we had earlier. Maybe this time we'll be a little more prepared to trade up from our existing weapons. Speaking of which, if we're going to do that, then let's actually make good on what I just said and cook up a little bit of food. Blue Blur, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And congratulations once again on your recent success with the Dread Mode run. I'm doing well. We just started this today. It just came out today, although some people with the digital copy unlocked it last night. And I'm still in the tutorial zone, but that's because I do everything the slow way. Okay, let's see. I'm out of peppers, so let's just cook some food. And try to go for some hearts. Mushroom medley here. Yeah, that's not actually that cost efficient. I guess it gains a little bit when it comes to health, but it effectively doubles the health on these. But obviously, we'd ideally want to combine it with some apples or something, but we just don't have any right now. Anyway, we're totally underprepared once again for the fight. I have very little food. No, we've got plenty. That's fine. Let's go down and fight so we can get some more materials. Possibly even set up one of these flame emitters. So yeah, we want to fight down here. Might even be able to get some arrows going or some rocks right away. Maybe even set up a fan to blow some of these out of position, but we'll climb down. Hopefully not take too many arrows in the face while we're at it. Whoa, that was a bad idea. This game is amazing, yeah. It certainly is. I mean, we're still very early in discovering it. But it's kind of nice to be back in the early game again, because, you know, after a while, in Breath of the Wild anyway, once you get completely powered up, some of the initial survival pressure that teaches you most of the main mechanics gets lost along the way, and so it's nice to be back in a bit of a riskier situation. Can I please drop down gently? Thing is, I used to just jump off all the time and then pop the parachute and then go down that way, but can't do that here anymore because we don't have the parachute currently, so actually had to be a little bit more careful about how we climb and descend. I've taken a bunch of falling deaths already just by walking off cliffs, because we just have so many movement habits from being powered up in the first game. Now we should have enough stamina to get back up here once we're done with this little skirmish, but let's just get up to the flame emitter. Oh, we have another bow. We got a better bow. Okay. We took one down right away. Okay. Okay. Rusty Shield's not going to do too much. Rusty Broadsword is not going to do too much either. Whoa, we got smacked. That's okay, at least we're not dealing with ice here. Maybe we should set up the flame emitter. Oh, this guy's got a massive... Ooh, it actually blows wind. Maybe kind of usable like a Deku leaf. Let's use broadsword. Okay. Great. Doesn't take very much here, but oh, this guy's gonna absorb some power. Ooh, okay, we got poked. That was a big poke. Didn't expect that. Let's do it again. I'd like to see if I can set up the flame emitter and tap it with my battery to maybe roast these guys. But, yeah, we'll try to fight again. We just got reverted back to our previous state, but with full health. You gotta be a bit careful when it seems to power up from the battery of its fallen comrade. Anyway. Let's actually shield some attacks for once, too. Okay, great. Arrows are in fact fantastic against these guys. Can we take the broadsword? Also, yeah, we're just gonna get hand in the face here. Bow broke, that's okay, we'll just take the other one. Sure, let's use the wooden bow. I'm almost out of arrows though, so let's not be too aggressive about that. Throw a stick at him. I guess we'll need to use my weapon after all. Whoa, okay. We need to eat. Where's my food? Okay, so I am kind of out of juice against this guy. Oh, yeah, so he charges up with the horn. That's the thing I didn't watch out for previously. We shouldn't be throwing every branch here. Let's actually keep some weapons for change. Given that I have no weapons right now. I have arrows. No, I have no arrows. We actually need to fight him with something then. Let's maybe grab this thing. Oh. Oh, luckily we can reuse that. And again. So he's going to break it open. We have an arrow. Okay, going to expend our resources all the way down. Blue Blur, you were saying a few minutes ago you're surprised I avoided all trailers. Yeah, I am very close to being unspoiled. There are maybe one or two things that made their way over to me, especially with how heavily Nintendo has been marketing the game, of course. But I mean, I knew I had watched the initial trailers back when it was called the sequel to Breath of the Wild, but any of the materials this year I had tried my best to avoid. Because I remembered how important it was to discover the experience completely fresh in the first game. Because Breath of the Wild was one of those games that, you know, you only ever play it for the first time once, and it was important to try to replicate that experience. Now, we can try to smack these with the club. I don't know if we want to burn durability on that, just given how... we might as well see what's inside. That's totally not going to break. We just needlessly burnt a bunch of durability. Okay, that's fine. Let's not do that. We need metal weapons for that kind of thing. Speaking of which, we got some flint for cooking. This looks new. This cave, I don't think we've been to yet, and we've got a rail track here eventually. That... When your friend was getting the game, there were so many people they had to give tickets to buy it. Yeah. If you were queuing to buy it in person, then yes. I pre-ordered a standard copy, but this time around I didn't get a collector's edition or whatever, because I honestly was not able to devote as much attention to hunting for rare items. Okay, we got fans here. We'll eventually use them to blow things away, but we can't really pick these up right now. We need to get into the mining cave. We really need more weapons. Oh, this is dark. But we have a way to light up the night. Let's take a look. Where are my bright blooms? Surely we've got plenty. Bright bloom seed. We need to strike it. Right, okay, so let's do that. Where's my bright bloom seed? Aha, look at that. This is something new. I wonder if it's time limited though, the way it works. I wonder if it expires. Love seeing new mechanics in games like this. This obstruction looks like it should probably be blown up. I wonder if it is going to be vulnerable to bombs. This guy, however, is going to tell me something. Yes, I do. But we'll talk about it anyway. And yeah, we need to strike it, so we don't want to run out of weapons. That would be a bad idea. We can pop it in some dark corners here just to see if it reveals anything special. That is why there's a quick drop in this game, just because there are so many potential interactions that will require us to light up some locations as we go deeper. This is a bomb location. Let's... I don't have a fire source anymore, do I? I don't think I do. Nope, no chew jelly or anything. Ah, I have a flame emitter, though. And maybe we can do it. Let's try it. Experiment with some of the new systems. Oh, whoops. Okay, bomb flower. Let's try to strike the flame emitter. Let's see if we can use it. Okay, and then when we strike it, it should totally miss the bomb. Look at that. Come on. That's awful. Okay, let's put the bomb slightly over to the right. Not blow ourselves up. We should be able to do it this time. Look at that, it's going to completely miss. Come on. Come on. That seems awfully precise. This time, maybe? Right in the path. Let's maybe move this slightly. There we go. That's okay. That's how to do it. And of course, if you drop the device, you can use it in the same area, but it seems like we can't pop it back in the inventory. So it's basically like the fans that we had earlier. Zonite. Zonite. An unusual mineral that has many purposes. Yeah, I guess that's the thing that gives you all the ancient stuff. Oh yeah, I guess we can use another bomb flower over here. Then let's take a look at... We should sort it by most used because we'll be using a lot of this stuff. Okay. Sticks, excellent. We're going to use the sticks to blow things up instead. We'll have bomb flowers over here, obviously, that we can use. Yeah, let's blow things up. We're almost out of bombs, though, so gotta be pretty careful with this. Where's my flame device? Let's grab it. Just blow up as much as we can. Zonite is its own currency by the looks of it. Let's aim carefully here. Good thing I at least temporarily fixed my Joy-Con drift, because that would make this a total pain if we didn't. Oh, total miss. Not even close, in fact. Let's try to face this a little more directly. Let's let the fire go out and just place the bomb a little differently, perhaps. Okay, maybe that should be within range. Let's try it again. You gotta be kidding. It is so awfully precise. Let's, come on. That's gotta be in the path, right? That's a little bit out. We should actually place it right next to the flower and use an arrow, but we were pretty short on arrows, which is why I'm not doing that. There we go, finally. Okay. That's the way to do it. Nice big explosion. Grab tons of this stuff. And we'll bomb some more. So. drop another one. We are going to be out of bombs, unfortunately, but we'll blow up everything we can, because that's what we do. Nope. The slope here is a bit of a problem. Let's... Was it like this? Nope. Don't want to stand too close because we'll get into trouble. I should actually just place the bomb a little lower. Let's do this. Maybe over here. Yeah, and stand back a little bit. Make sure it's level because if it's down slope, it's not going to go. Slight miss. There we go. Unfortunately, that's it for bombs, but we'll light up the night. Oh, we got more constructs here. Hopefully we get more bombs because we have more rocks here we can't use yet. Lots more rocks. Forge construct. Smelting it in a furnace. Okay, maybe we can make some weapons. Zonite charges. Yeah, we got some. We spent way too many of those batteries earlier, actually. Crystallized charges. Yeah, we've seen a couple of these. Do weapons break? Yes, they do in this game. Yes, they do. Just like the last one. Raw material and the construction of energy cells. And please visit anytime you require processed materials. And the Welcome Smolder 101. Alright, so yes, we can trade for these using the Zonite, but energy cell improvement. I guess we can take it. I don't know that we want to spend just yet until we have a better idea of what we're doing. Okay, let's see. I don't mind it so much. I actually quite like the way the game was balanced in Master Mode. The first one, rather. But some of the resource management is maybe a little more interesting from what I've seen of this game so far, simply because the weapons have much more unique properties. Also, I don't know if the crafting system lets you do any kind of weapon repair. It might be the case, but I'm not far enough to know that yet. Got a couple of devices over here. Yeah, might as well take more fans. Oh. This is basically a tutorial on using the fans to repel the carts, probably. I did bring capsules. Yeah, we already know how to do that, but he'll give me more fans. And yeah, we just used the flame one quite a bit, in fact. But the problem is that we still have no way of getting the cart on the track. I really feel like we need magnesis or something like that to do it. We'll need some additional bombs as well. Or mining weapons, but I'd rather use bombs. Anyway, crystallized charge. We might as well spend to get one of these just in case we... I mean, we have no idea what this does, so... Let's just buy one. Let's buy two, just in case we use one. So yeah, looks like it is... Oh, interesting. So there is going to be a bit of a time lag on this. What is this again? Okay, so construction of energy cells. Yeah, we'll eventually need that to create something independently self-sustaining, perhaps. any kind of additional machinery. So it is in my inventory right away, though, once we bought it. And this is the energy cell. Ah, I see, because then that's how you can get additional batteries. If we somehow combine this stuff. We don't know enough about this game yet to do that, so let's see. We have a fan over here. Well, I mean, that's not useful until we actually place something. Unless we use the fan to just blow these out of their current position, but I somehow doubt that's the case. Use the Zona capsules. Yeah, I guess we need to use the fan to blow these into place, and perhaps they'll just go directly onto the track if we are careful enough. Let's take a look. We have a stick. Yes, we do. That's totally the wrong way. Well, we don't have a way to move the carts yet. So, fortunately, that's a bit of a waste of a fan. Yeah, I mean, there are many clues, like the Korok-like magnesis grid that we saw earlier, that we're supposed to get some kind of magnetic power like magnesis, but we'll need to somehow obtain that first before we can do anything here. Is this marked on the map? Forge construct, device dispenser, yeah, everything's here. So we may need to go elsewhere first. Because this is as far as the cave goes, as far as I can tell. Let's check the back corner here. Yeah, pretty much. And we'll bring some bombs back here as well next time we're able to return. I don't know if we'll have to place the Bright Bloom seeds again. I assume we will have to. There's probably a limited spawning range on items out in the world, like there was in the first game. Just as a matter of memory management, I would assume that's the case. Anyway, let's get out. And we should go back to the snow zone, in fact. We know there are bombs that are available there, and we can continue searching for some kind of magnetic power, which currently we are lacking. Because, yeah, there's no point in blowing these carts away in the middle of nowhere, unless you attach them directly to the cart. I don't think we can, though. No. But perhaps. Let's test this, because if we can blow the cart away from a stationary position. Not really. Seems pretty clear to me that the carts have to get on the track somehow. Can we just push these? No, we can't. Can't really toss the fans either. Let's see. We'll need some way to place the carts. Okay, currently we're down here. We can head back up. Probably head back to the snow zone. Water down there. Yeah, we can make a splash if we want. I don't think I've really been down there yet. Yeah, because that was the entry point that we initially saw from above that we couldn't drop into. I think we can drop into it now. And hopefully have enough stamina to swim. Actually, let's go back this way. Although it's a bit of a long swim. But then that's what the rushrooms are for, perhaps. Just to load up on a bit of stamina on the way back. And we can eventually jump our way over. Alright, let's get up before our stamina totally expires. Stambulb. Yeah, that's basically to teach you that you need stamina items to swim all the way over. Unless, of course, you drop further along the way we really should have done. Rusty broadsword. Yeah, we could always use that. Flint. Rusty broadsword plus flint is going to give me the cook pot. Let's see about this. And we don't want to use two separate effects at the same time. We only have one sky shroom right now, so let's not worry too much about the cooking yet. However, rusty broadsword perhaps allows me to actually cut some of this stuff. Oh, no it doesn't. And in fact, barely lets me cut anything. Because it's rusty. Sure, why not? This is actually a much more direct tutorial than in the previous game, I think, but, you know, we know how to do this. Metallic or stony weapon, yeah, exactly. We know how to cook, but I just want to read the tutorial message. Insects and monster parts, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, if you've played the first game, you know this stuff. So. We just broke the broadsword immediately and traded up that bit of amber and didn't get anything done with that, so. This is clearly supposed to teach you that you need stamina to get across to the other side. We're not going to do that. We're going to probably just drop into a more convenient location, like I was saying. I have a weapon I can use with this guy. Yes, we do. This is totally a bombable location. Unfortunately, we're out of bombs. That's totally a bomb location, though. It's very obvious. Can I just mark it? In fact, if we have something that is a bomb marker, which we don't really have. Yeah, let's just say diamond. Until we have a reason to say not to. Yeah, we'll just mark that. Probably just a treasure chest or something. That will eventually have bombs again. In fact, it's kind of neat that we don't just have a bomb power out of the box. I was pretty reliant on bombs for Breath of the Wild in terms of using it in place of any weaponry. And it trivialized a couple of things, so. Yeah, pushing it into water is what we should have done in the first place. Let's go up. Okay. Yeah, we're back up here. We've got some crates that we have not popped. Yeah, I'm sure, you know, even when we set crates on fire, we could have roasted apples or whatever, but we'll leave things as is. Here's minecart location that we were in earlier. Let's, this is the location earlier, right? Mining cave, yeah, I believe so. Now let's just head on upstairs. And let's see what happens. Oh, whoops. We're almost out of stamina. Let's make sure we actually pop up here all the way. Let's see what's on the tree. Nothing much but a vantage point, but we'll go back. Yeah, there was a very conspicuous gate over there that we noticed. Let's just see if I missed anything else in this direction. I think we were pretty much fine, though. I mean, we didn't even need to climb this. We could have just gone around. Right, now we did see this earlier, I believe. Just checking, yeah. Only 3 arrows right now. That's okay. We'll get more once we get back to fighting. Anyway, let's go back to the snow zone. We have unfinished business there. We actually could use the flame devices to just toast some of this stuff, but rather than doing that, well, first of all, take a look at ingredients. Yeah, we've got a couple minutes here and there. Probably enough to work with, but we shall see. Let's head back up. Also, yeah, we'd need quite a bit of stamina to go up the gate directly, but we'll perhaps consider that. Oh, yes, that's where we came down in the first place. In fact, we came down the gate. So, you know what? Let's do it. I'm not in the cold zone yet, but once we pop up on this ledge, I'm sure we will be, so. We'll do that. We'll climber back up. It looks like we can't quite drop down to this central light here just yet. Maybe we can, actually. But it looks like we'd probably take a little bit of fall damage along the way if we try to jump down here. You know what? It would be fun. It would not be fun. Okay. Never mind. That's a little too much. We were down by about half a heart. I wonder if we were fully powered if we could have done that and survived. Okay. Because it looks like we're so close to making it. It's very tempting to just climb around and drop. Just look at that. We're so close to doing it, right? What if we just came over here? Try to walk around and jump. Whoops. It's not that big a drop, right? It can't be. Oh, nope. We can't climb. Okay. If we were just a little further, though, it looked like we could have done it. But it looked like we couldn't quite grab onto that ledge. Okay, we're down to 1 heart. That's maybe not wise. We'll need to eat up anyway to grab some health. I wonder if we can just shoot this guy now. But yeah, I feel like we're supposed to connect that by rail. Or by sail. Let's just go up. I'm sure eventually we'll get the sailcloth by the time we're out of this zone. But we shall see. It totally looks like he's reachable, though. We're just doing one or two things a little bit differently. Yeah, so this is the signal that makes it very clear to me that we're supposed to expect magnesis in some form. Let's get 5 minutes of resistance here first. Yeah, we don't want too much cooking redundancy between resistance and hearts, just so we can parcel out food according to our needs, but we had to rush over there earlier without seeing this series of ledges very carefully, so let's just go back here and continue where we left off about an hour ago. This is very conspicuously puffy looking. I wonder if we can just slap it. Okay, that's something new. Hey, our first one of the game. Yahaha. Oh, I'm not Hestu. No, I'm not. But we're friends. Alright, first one of the game. Took us long enough. I mean, there are a couple of obvious spots like that, but didn't know how frequent it would be in this game. Frankly, I don't want to know. We played the first run through Breath of the Wild all the way up to the credits without knowing how many Koroxis there were, and I vastly underestimated them. Because I'd collected, you know, maybe about 150 or so, and I thought, oh, given the distribution, maybe we're looking at 300, 400. Not triple that. And of course, once we knew to look out for them a bit more attentively, they started pouring in. Anyway, let's... Yeah, there totally is a cookpot there. That was the location we should have gone for in the first place, but... Let's try to sneak in here. I mean, these guys have excellent sound detection and all that, so we shouldn't depend on that too much, but... If we go for... our wooden stick and our arrows... We'll get this done right away. Nice critical hit here. And it's a thick stick. Okay, we've already burned some arrows, so let's not do any more. Let's just do things the easy way. Amazing how much more convenient things get once you actually have some weapons. Okay. Thick stick, I wonder if we can actually hit something with it. Yes, we can. We should in fact save the thick stick for such purposes. And same with metal weapons that we can use for flint. For things like the cookpot. Yes, well, the cookpot here. Wish I had a marking system for... I need to pick another icon for cookpots that require manual fire, since fire is actually not trivial to come by, apart from using all my fans. If we go back to the cave, we can, of course, grab more bombs, but I don't know if we want to do that just yet while we have some uptime. Yeah, so... wonder if we could have shattered this... Oh yeah, you know what? We never understood how to use that in the first place, which is that this was a flame emitter. We should have just tapped it in some of the previous fights. We didn't understand it the first time we saw it, and so that could have significantly simplified the fight that was made tougher than it needed to be. No, we found a Korok over here, right? Or was it... No, it was one over there. So let's check this little protrusion here. Seems like a rather natural place to look. In case there's a stone we want to turn over. Yeah, eventually we'll want to make our way up top. I wonder if we actually need to just climb around here and wrap our way up. Then the cave would take me up to that level, so. And then we also didn't know how to continue from there. Because the whole point of coming down here in the first place was I didn't know how to continue on the top level without some additional grip. And here it's a bit too much of a drop. 30 seconds on cold resistance, let's go to the cave. Where did my fire item go? Let's grab that. We'll want it. And we'll want to heal up at some point, but we'll deal with that. We actually have some things to fight. I guess the bomb flowers have not respawned in this zone just yet. And because we previously picked some of them up in locations like this, yeah, we did actually just expend all the bombs. So interesting that this would all stay unloaded for the time being, so you can't just farm bomb flowers all day. If we had known about tapping this device for fire much earlier, I would have saved myself a great deal of trouble when it came to bombing things, but that's alright, live and learn. Now we know. And yeah, we'll just make our way up. I wonder actually if we can melt ice off the walls. Why didn't we consider that in the first place? Okay, flame resistance, please. And yeah, we'll put on a bit of cold resistance here. Why don't we try that? Why didn't we do that in the first place? Also, we could have just climbed the trunks here. I didn't think about that either. That was actually the way to do it in the first place, and we just kind of overlooked that as decoration, and the solution was just staring me in the face. That's precisely how to get up. I hadn't thought about it. It's exactly what we needed to do. Oh, except it only gets me this far, and we needed to get further. Yeah. So I wonder if we can actually melt the walls. I'd be impressed if we could, because it's not obvious to me that that would be the case, rather than just using stamina items to clamber up really quickly, you know, like we often would in the rain in the previous game. To get over certain segments. You know what? Let's slap some of this stuff. Maybe even make a fire. Thick stick. Yeah, so it looks like weapons are color-coded by type. So this is a two-hander, and if you read the description of the thick stick, the heavy end does have a bit of power, and so we do need power. And we got some arrows. Very convenient. Whistling to no horse in particular. Yeah, we still don't know how to get up here. However, updraft. Why don't we set a fire? Updraft would actually get me up. Let's set a fire, actually. Let's just grab one of the constructs. And yeah, there's some grass here. That looks like a natural location. Let's just tap it. Okay. Where's my tool? Okay. Let's set something aflame. Oh, I don't have a sailcloth. No, I can't do it. I'm still thinking in Breath of the Wild terms. Okay, that was wasted. But we can use it to set a fire over here. And then maybe that's less inefficient. Oh, except we... Oh, yeah, we do have wood there. Okay. Whoa, let's not toast ourselves. Turn this off. And now is a good reason to cook. Especially now that our timer is gone. Anyway. We have more peppers. Yes, we do. Okay, let's get some peppers going. Hold. And yeah, let's do 3 on the timer. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, lots of hearts. Way more than we need, in fact. Let's maybe not have quite so much overkill. Now, that's our only base ingredient, though. We need more sky shrooms just to maintain that property. So we don't have too many different ingredients colliding with each other. And also, yeah, let's see about what I was saying earlier about trying to melt the ice. I would be really surprised if it let you, because, you know, it seems like terrain would likely be hard-coated. But if it isn't, that would be spectacular. I mean, it is, you know, the sequel to Breath of the Wild. Like, you never know when stuff like that will just work. Doesn't quite reach. What do we place it a little closer? Can we melt the ice? I really don't expect this to work. But after a while, you learn never to say that about games like this. It does not work. Okay. Disappointment. However, if you can somehow scramble up to a root system or something, then maybe it's doable. Fundamentally, though, it looks like we need updraft plus parachute. It's too surrounded by ice otherwise. We can climb up to that ledge, maybe, if we find a way to go around, but looks like we just slip at this point, so we need to wrap around the other side. Or somehow scale underneath. So returning to this problem appears to have ended in failure. Unless we can find some way to do it. 30 seconds on the cold resistance, we might need to cook some more. Yeah, let's just get some more peppers, in fact. And yeah, we'll just leave it as is. Okay, so that's the platform that we went to much earlier for that fight. It's still clear. I hear sound here that is oddly reminiscent of this shrine sound effect in the previous game. I feel like we're actually very close to something here, and that... Okay, first of all, we need more time. So why are we hearing the sound effect? Can we go down? Let's see. Definitely hear something. Could be something tucked behind a waterfall, perhaps, or a similar place. Feels like we're so close to something significant. And here's where we dropped off previously. We don't want to do that. We'll go up. Grab fire, and what if we can take it down somehow if we throw it? It totally is something here. Let's drop down safely. Like maybe in behind a waterfall or something. That's unless it's just ice zone music. Sound familiar though. But the fact that the audio design just kind of picks up here seems significant. I think it's just telling me that it's cold. Yeah, look, because there's the orb up there, there's another point up there to eventually reach. This is much too suspicious. Just that we don't have a way to go up. Yeah, because we know how to get up almost as far as the stump, but we just can't wrap around. We're short of something. We should eventually talk to Zelda, but, you know, we're putting it off. Anyway, we've been here before, but let's wrap around and perhaps... Yeah, so this was a cook pot that I totally neglected to mark earlier. Let's mark it because it's too important. And then, where shall we go? We come over here. This looks suspicious, so does this wooden stick. Can't really beat sticks with other sticks. And we should just maybe head back down. Till we find some kind of solution, because I'm looking at this cliffside and yeah, we can get up on any part of this. We perhaps have a way up, but I just don't see it at this point. Unless we use stamina food, perhaps, but it doesn't really stop you from slipping. In critical moments. So. Because there is that root system there, of course, that also looks conspicuous. Maybe able to wrap around the base here this way, but we'll have to take a look. Yeah, because you have to climb around the bottom. And I'm just scouting this to see if there's a way up that platform. Not really. Well, I mean, you'd have to climb around the base and then perhaps up to the roots. There's still going to be some room to slip on the ice all the way over there, so... You have a ton of stamina food. Maybe you can kind of go around and lunge for it? We need a lot of stamina food to do that, though. Maybe we can get some if we... We also need to deal with cold resistance, though, and so we can't really do too much. Yeah, we need to stock up quite a bit on stamina food, too. Try to wrap around in. Even so, it's ice all the way. Yeah, I think it's going to be a tall order unless we can find something that helps me climb over ice. Also, we're stuck on this side. The fan's over on that side. Let's go find a raft. one moment. Yeah, we're taking a little bit of damage. That's okay. We'll just leave it until we are lower on health. Now also, let's just slap this stuff since we have the big stick. Which we set on fire, which is not what I was going for, but oh well. Yeah, we'll put up the cold resistance when we want it. We can afford to burn a little bit more extra time before we're actually in mortal peril. Just to maximize our efficiency here. Here's another rather obvious magnesis spot. Looks like that's kind of the end of the road, though. Everything's just screaming at me that we have magnets available, but yeah, we'll have to make our way across without a raft by the looks of it. Unless we go up that way. I don't think we ever did. Or, no, that is how we progressed. We just dropped through to the other side. That's basically one big circuit that we can't progress through without magnets, so we'll probably have to, you know, get magnesis off of Zelda or something and then come back. Do everything over again. But hey, that's what exploring in this kind of order is all about, really. We can cross, that would be great. We know there's the crossing up above. I think we do need to cross that way and just drop off to the other side. That'll probably be the best way to do it. Yeah, cross here, in fact. Never did check this side. We should do so now. Never get that climb down prompt when we're looking off a ledge. But we are here. Let's grab the stick again. More arrows. How many do we have? We got 18. Great. We can actually fight with that later. We have some fire here if we absolutely need. What is this? Okay. Dead device. That's fine. We're on the correct side. And we can continue from here. We're still in the cold zone? Yes, we are, but we've got tons of time, so. We can probably drop down below. There's quite a bit to do here. And no, we'll just proceed as we are. Okay. Let's go down. Still in the cold zone, but again, we have a pretty sizable buffer. We'll want to collect more peppers at some point, but here is the worm zone. And we'll be there pretty soon if we Need to drop in on a moment's notice. Stone axe, that'll be helpful. Arrows galore, excellent. Didn't even check how we're doing with bows. Oh, okay, this guy. These guys are all trying to snipe me from up there. That's okay. We should be able to climb. We do have ice arrows. We need to be careful here. You know, if they're using ice weapons, they probably should be vulnerable to fire, but we'll check the power first of all on the stone axe. Stone axe has a highlight around it, like it's supposed to have some kind of power. No, we should check it. Equip it and use it as a weapon. Yeah, we should actually grab an additional one. Drop one of the sticks, perhaps. And maybe actually use the flame weapon this time, if we... Okay, well, this looks like ice all around, though. So perhaps we can't make it up there just yet. Until we have ice climbing abilities, which... could be some ways off. Yeah, I think we will need to have some kind of ice climbing implement before we even attempt that. Unless we have some way to boost ourselves up. Again, we don't have anything like a sailcloth, so... Oh. And then, yeah, this guy's just a raft guy. I've seen this before. Then we can just pin the cook pot. Alright, because we're just back to where we originally started, except without the ability to climb ice just yet. Unless there's something else I can do to scale that. But it really doesn't look like it. Looks like everything else here, everything here is just slippery. Yeah, even at maximum rush, we're not going to be able to make it, so... Okay, in that case, let's go back to the warm zone. We haven't even explored this half at all. Right, because earlier I was saying that we wanted to drop across the water and make it across that way. We can still do that. It's kind of a long way back, though. Because that was before we even entered the cave or anything like that. That was a distinct possibility. Right, because we wanted a bomb to use in conjunction with the minecarts and all that, and we are out of bombs, so... So much for that idea. Let's just proceed. Also, look at this stump here with a split. I guess that's what the axe was placed on, but I wonder if there might be anything else to it. But, oh yeah, we need to not take tons of fall damage. Let's walk around. Okay. And we can just slip down. This is where we climbed up in the first place, I think, so... Back at the beginning of this whole affair. Should have actually tried to shoot some birds too. Grab some chicken drumsticks or what have you. Okay, we're out of time on the pepper, so let's get out of here. Into the warm zone, back to reality. Temple of Time still looking at us from over there. Let's check the other side, see what's going on. Alright. Lily pads galore. Anyway, let's see what's over here. We should have actually... Oh, this guy's fast moving. New kind of wildlife, though. Naturally, we're going to try to shoot him down unless he just completely disappears on me. Chicken drumsticks? No, just raw meat. Close enough. Anyway, through here we go. And what do we have over here? Nothing much, but you have to wonder if, you know, you can throw a rock on a lily pad or something and something happen. But, yeah, a couple other birds that we can use for meat. Eventually. Stones left unturned. Yeah, because of course you would have birds all over the place as a natural wildlife here in the sky, so they're not just trapped on one island at a time. Anyway, here's the Temple of Time. We're going to ignore it for a moment. We totally could have made it over to the left side. Earlier, it looked like it was probably meant to be stamina gated, given the swimming requirement, but we can look for some kind of alternate way there. Oh, someone's shooting me. Oh yeah. Just this guy. We've actually got weapons now, so we'll take the wooden stick and show him who's boss. Might as well grab some more bows. More construct parts. See what we can achieve up here. Oh, something's activating. Okay, this guy wants to chuck things at me. Yeah, so we know that constructs can power up from fallen comrades. We shouldn't let them do that too much. We should actually shield for a change and remember how to do basic combat. And more shrooms. And yes, I realized there was another shroom down there, but you know, we'll have other opportunities, I hope. Okay, this block over here, we can't quite make it there yet. We'd have to build some kind of bridge. This looks very much like you're supposed to pick up pieces of wood and place them to make a bridge. We don't have the ability to do it yet. Unless we're supposed to use a fan or something, or... I mean, as wood, it's not going to be through something like magnesis, like previously, but maybe something similar. Some kind of manipulation. Yeah, so none of these places are active yet. It seems very much like we have to talk to Zelda first and then use these places to get powers, and then you have a natural demonstration zone for using new power and then proceeding. So it does look like the game is going to railroad you slightly towards dealing with the quest first. And of course we can jump down to the water if we really preferred, but yeah, pretty obvious location there, matching the other location here. We've been to previously. I don't know if there's maybe a third power. I would expect so, given that this whole location on the left side has remained unexplored for a minute. Oh, let's... Yeah, and it's mostly accessible by rail. Although we probably could have done it by swimming. I'm very tempted to just wrap all the way back around to see this side, even though it's very clear to me at this point that things are going to be gated behind dealing with Zelda first. Yeah, because everything is just connected by rail. Absolutely should have been possible to swim across here, and then this looks like it's potentially a docking station for rafts. But we're far off by enough that maybe we should just do the Temple of Time at this point and not be so totally committed to doing things non-linearly. Okay, good. Didn't smack myself on the lily pad. If that makes any physical sense. I mean, let's take a look here. So we were able to get over here previously. We just go south along the main path. Maybe we're able to get back to that point. And try once more. Yeah, because this was the stamina gate, effectively, earlier. Oh, this was the bomb point we hadn't used. I suppose we'll look at the Temple of Time. Let's... maybe something that we were meant to do by now, but we'll look around some more. Anyway, I got a fire that was set over here, and toasty sky shroom. I roasted it. Yeah, just like the old man with his apple in the first game. Anyway. Yeah, we know how to cook. But we do need to cook a pot for actual cooking, though, so let's run off this way. And I'm sure there's some reason why we might want to wrap around here. Other than this being a convenient landing point for the platform above. Looks like there's some fish here. Let's... or frogs, perhaps? Yeah, totally a frog. Let's actually get on some lily pads so we don't drown. That might be a good idea. And we'll continue. Yeah, it looks like this just gets me back to the foot of the steps. Temple of Time, here we are. A couple of hours into the game. Old school Temple of Time in some ways. Well, depending on your sense of time. Yeah, it is. It's a very own piece of architecture. Quite different from what we've seen before. Yeah, but we've been to this side previously. We've seen that everything is gated off by the rail. Let's just head in. And yeah. Might as well go through the gate for maximal picturesque effect of ascending the temple steps. We'll see if Zelda remains active and available in this game, or if we'll run into something else that sets her at a remove. Let me do the classic maneuver here. There we go, Flurry Rush. Should have just done that in the first place with some of the previous fights. Yeah, we finally have a shield tutorial. Yeah, so a lot of the old techniques all still present. What's this? So there's a whole side of this place that we still haven't seen yet, but that we're obviously going to go around first, just to mess around a bit. In case there's anything significant back here that we should see. Well, let's be careful. Maybe scale the walls while we're at it. We'll just be extra cautious. So we're running around back here. Yeah, we can just head back to this end of the temple almost immediately, except we are going to have some trouble with this ledge. Unless we can find some way over. Alright, let's head up this way. We'll need a landing point fairly soon, of course. This tiny little protrusion over here, maybe that'll work, yeah. Should. Oh, there we go. Let's not die to drift now after having been pretty good with the controller so far. That's a problem. Okay. I was hoping we could round that curve, but unfortunately that's a little high for my purposes. Let's load up on some food. If we can. Yeah, we probably should, given that another heart's worth will be game over, but no, we're not going to risk it. Hang on just a moment. Let's eat something. Don't want to just spend the meat right now just yet. We can eat some mushrooms. We know how readily available they are. Yeah, we can round this curve. That would be ideal. Just go up this curve. Which we should have done in the first place. Just have to remember climbing principles from the first game when it comes to surfaces that are available. And yeah, it looks like we'll probably have a meeting with the dragon. Judging by how we're doing here. We totally skipped the temple interior. That is okay. Because all roads will effectively lead to the same kind of thing, although, yeah, we've got this whole platform here, which might be interesting if we can make it up at any point. Let's climb the whole temple while we're at it. Of course we're going to do things this way. That's the whole point of having the freedom to do so. And again, we'll just have to be careful with the relevant surfaces. Oh, we're going to force into a crouch here. Let's get up. And around we go. Don't know if there's anything hidden up here, but we'll take a look. Yeah, it looks like we needed to cross with some kind of bridging mechanism over there. Anyway, we know that there are a couple of environmental clues that will be building bridges sooner or later, so let's just keep going up. So we can scale the whole thing. Let's look for the appropriate location here. That might be a difficult grip if we're not careful. Let's get upstairs. Almost there. Okay, now we can gain a little bit of height as we continue. I have no idea what the interior looks like so far. But that's why it's valuable to have a game like this just let you mess around and find your own way. I'm sure we'll eventually have to get down as well, but we'll worry about that problem when the time comes. Probably will be some kind of safe way down eventually. I think we're kind of meant to climb this anyway. I get a sense that this is probably the main path. That the whole idea is to traverse a climbing puzzle. Although the waypoint did say something about Zelda a long time ago. But up top we are. Beautiful piece of architecture, really. Actually, no. Is that? Okay, that is not where she is. But we're up top anyway, and we can see the dragon. Totally different dragon by the looks of it. Not one of the ones that we know. I don't know if this is what our destination was supposed to be in the first place. I'm Princess Zelda. Well, she's not here, but we are. And we're going to take a look. I don't think the dragon is anywhere near within range, but ordinarily my instinct would be to just lop off a scale with an arrow or something. Let's come down here first and see what this location is all about. I feel like even if this is not relevant to us now, that it will be later, and that will be something important at some point. Here at the top of the temple. Anyway, let's jump across and still instinctively double tapping like I have to sail, but we'll see what this is. Yeah, that's the end of the road. Well, no real reward or incentive for coming here this early, but it looks pretty obviously like this will be a location of note. Yeah, it's far enough away that I don't think it's going to swing by close anytime soon. You can kind of get a good look at its face now, though. It is totally somebody new. Look at all the other islands dotted about, though. Anyway, I guess we should probably head down. Fall damage is probably going to be too much to approach that location. But we're at the top of the temple. Nothing happened. And we'll head back down. For lack of anything else to do up here. Kind of a pretty location. I'm sure it's going to become relevant somehow. We should have checked it again for Koroks or something, perhaps, but... Actually, you know, why didn't we? It's got to be something important there. Although, maybe it's, again, going to be event dependent. That's what I discovered with playing Breath of the Wild in this fashion. You know, always putting off event triggers and just trying to see what the world would let me do. That occasionally in the first game there were a couple of things like the activation of the tech labs, the ancient tech labs that were definitely story locked. And about 10 of the original shrines as well, I think were story dependent in some way. Requiring some quests or divine beasts. Or other priorities that you were at the place above that. But yeah, nothing to harvest here, unfortunately. And no obvious Korok location that I can see. We come up here, however. Nope, that just leads you back down. pretty good view, though, of everything that's going on. So yeah, everything accessible by rail on this side we didn't really see. Let's go into the temple. At last. I say that now, but then we do have to find our way back down first, and then that may not actually be trivial given my traversal up here, but we'll find a way. Okay, so yeah, we probably shouldn't come up this way. Although, splashing into the water might be possible from up here. You know what? Maybe that's the best idea. Just splash into the water and come back up. Go. Yep. Now you're thinking with portals. Alright, let's actually see the first quest in the game. We can only put it off for so long. Given that a couple of things are clearly locked behind it, notably the points that were reachable that seemed to be there to give you additional powers. But we'll progress. Up we go. I really do wonder, after all this time, if I was supposed to lose a shirt by now, but we'll go with that. You know what? We totally could have gone in from the other side instead of entering the store. I mean, I did see the entrance on the other side earlier, right? Let's actually see if we can drop in that way. We're totally going to skirt the door. Go back around. Yeah, because we found a way over to that passage, right? I mean, we can just bypass the door completely and see what happens. And so, back to where we came. I wonder if it is enterable if you do it this way. Otherwise, we'll be doing yet another round of going back to the previous location. So yeah, it was over here because we want to get on the first level. See if we can head into the back door. Okay. Whoop. There we go. Oh, no, the door's shut. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I guess we'll go back. And yeah, this crossing we'll eventually need to construct our way across, I'm sure. Oh, no, no, that was a mistake. Not what I meant to do. Hopefully not a game over from that fall. Let's check here. Okay, yeah, so we should heal up. Maybe use some of these peppers. Just to get above 1 heart. We have anything cooked? Yeah, we can just use a skewer. Not worth very much. Okay, let's go back the other way. To save myself some time, we just noticed the door was shut earlier. Okay, and around we go. Okay, let's actually go through the front door. I guess we have to. We haven't done everything that we're capable of up to this point, but let's just progress. Oops.
That door will open only to those with sufficient power.
Sufficient power. Well,
I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you.
we've collected so many cores.
It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me.
Ancient hero, perhaps.
I am Raru.
Oh, this is Raru of the right arm, and who was nemesis of the dwarf in this game.
Appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form.
As a hat resembling the monk's.
In any case, that arm should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so.
So perhaps the activation points will finally open up and we can...
You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place filled with sacred light. Ah, of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island?
Okay, finally we can activate some shrines. We've found 2 of them already. As activation points. The green there seems to
The shrines. Yes, I am sure they are the key.
indicate something courageous. We found 2 shrine points at this point. Like I said, I assume there was maybe a third one that we hadn't touched, but let's go back. We found our way to a lot of this. At which point was this? Let's check. Oops. Visit the island shrines. Yeah. This is one of the locations we've already seen. There was another one down here. We haven't explored the west side at all, but we will. So that's the easy one. So let's just remove it for a moment. We've explored a good chunk of this map at this point. We'll just beeline our way there. This is obviously meant to be player's first shrine, so it of course has occurred to me to just do it out of order and go to the frozen one first, since we know how to get there very well. But it's here, let's just do it. Whoop. There we go. Anyway. Now it will give me a marker. Go shrine. Place your hand on the seal. Very fancy. Quite a change from the shrines in the previous game. This is almost certainly a warp point, which we'll of course not take. And here we are, our first zone transition in quite some time. Very different look and feel to them. I wonder if the shrines are going to be non-climbable spaces like the last game, though. I would assume so, just given the game-breaking potential. Now I really do wonder what happens if I do the other shrine first. Shrine of Light. Oh, maybe that allows me to make bridges or something. Good old Zelda power-up chime. Ultra Hand. Aha, so it's maybe even better than magnesis because we're not limited to materials. Rotate them and stick them to other objects. Okay, interesting. Ability to create. Well, let's do the tutorial. Ultra Hand. Yeah, basically it's like magnesis. Finally got to start playing this game again, Zelda Potter. I only just started this session. I was unable to start until very late in the day myself. So this is basically like magnesis, but you're not limited metal, so works for me. Now the thing is this subject to gravity? It should be. Then, if we stick objects to each other, attach. Right, then you can build a long plank. Oops, how do I detach? Maybe I can peel it off somehow. Do I move the bottom layer? There's gotta be a way to do it. Let's take a look. Grab and move objects. Yeah, so we don't want to attach yet. I wonder how we detach then, because I mean we can use this to basically just make a ramp, but it's not too much of a problem. I wonder. I'm just gonna try different buttons and X? No, X just drops. Well, we can just make this. And yeah, as before, D-pad allow me to rotate things, move them accordingly. Let's figure this out, because, oh yeah, there's an attach point here, we can maybe detach it. I don't know, we've glued it in place. Now how do I unglue it? There's gotta be a way. Yeah, because now we've glued this in place. We can make a larger bridge. This is gotta be climbable, right? Let's... Oh, it's climbable by the ladder, okay. Maybe if I just slap it there. Oh, it's not like that, but... Or if I just shoot those points or something. You know what? Let's actually try to unglue it by shooting. Nope. Well, we'll discover it. For ourselves. Because if I take the middle plank, for instance, and I just move it like this, this is going to be the worst bridge ever, but what an awful bridge. Absolutely dreadful, but it works. Look at that. Well, it almost works. Let's try it again. There's got to be a way to detach. I'm sure it'll teach you momentarily, but surprising that it wouldn't teach you this right away, given that There's the potential here to just break everything. Okay, we got it. And naturally we'll take the whole thing with us. And then, why is this surface all red? Not sure. You can see some additional attachment points. Yeah, so that explains some of the bridge locations that we saw earlier, as well as how we would move the carts and perhaps attach fans to them. And we would want to hook things. So that's an attachment point. But then, again, how do you detach? Yeah, so you can see a demonstration of a cart that you can hook onto this location. So, for example, if we wanted, we could hook to one of these. How do I rotate? Then, this is a spectacularly bad idea. How do I rotate this? What a spectacularly bad instruction. That's okay. We got it. Absolute mess. And it won't even get me across because we didn't hook it on properly. Let's create some more. Look, we can pull some of this stuff. Then how would we detach? This is supposed to teach me. This thing right here is supposed to teach me. Yeah, because you're supposed to grab those two together. What do I just tug it? Just pull until it gives way or something. Interesting. There's got to be a way to reset it though, right? Let's think about it. So we don't wind up at a total mess like this. Now, can we grab something that I'm riding on? Probably not. Redox, welcome. Here we go. Yep. That's correct. Yeah, so we've got a lot of glue here that we gotta deal with somehow. Let's figure it out. I do want to figure it out myself. I think it's important. Yeah, we managed to make an attachment point like this, but then we tried out the other buttons. We know how to grab this. We actually know how to grab the upper one as well if we wanted to have an additional cart. Or, well, it's out of range. We can't actually do it yet. We can move this a little further. And perhaps try to create the hook. How do we rotate? Motion controls? No. Actually not. Whoa. An absolute mess. It's almost hooked. Maybe I just need to bump it against something to rotate it. Which is exactly how Magnesis worked in the previous game. Just bump things. Yeah, we'll figure out detaching eventually. I have not figured it out yet. I don't see a detach prompt. Look at that. What a mess. Let's try to pick it up again. I mean, this is just a tutorial, so well, we'll see. It doesn't matter too much. And we can attach even more if we really want to make a mess. Now that's a mess. Because now we have no idea how to take it out of here. Well, we can't find a detach button, so... what's this over here? It looks like it's an attach point. What do we... use that somehow? It can't be just something that asks you to respawn. There's got to be a detaching point. You know how to rotate? We'll figure that out too. I'm trying to remember because we definitely rotated objects with magnesis back in the first game. Huh? You can push and pull with the D-pad, of course. Like we can use the sticks maybe, trying to do it with motion controls, and also everything's just stuck now because we stuck it together. Because we can see where the attachment points are, we just don't know how to manipulate them. Like whether... Hang on. There's got to be something here. Hold your hand. Grab, move objects, rotate them, stick them. You know what? We should have attached a fan to this. It's the actual answer. Yeah, but we need some kind of loose object now because unfortunately we stuck everything together and... This is clearly supposed to be some kind of tutorial for unsticking. It's just... we haven't figured it out. Like maybe... Hang on. Oh hey, we detached it. Do we just pull? Is that it? How did I even do that? Did we just pull things apart? Well, we still don't know how to detach, so... but it might be fun to place a fan on this or something and just blow it. You know what? Let's do it. This is clearly not the solution, but... Do we want to burn one, though? I don't know. Right, because we can just cross this gap, but... Let's figure this out. Oops. Push and pull. Like an axial rotation? No. Oh, we got it. How did I even do that? Oh, because it's just trapped. Okay. Let's see. Push it a little bit. Come on. Pull it a little bit. Move it up. Wow. Nope. Hook it on. Come on. Nope. Oh, we dropped everything. Okay, that works too. We'll just drop it in the garbage and maybe everything will respawn. And yeah, actually that does work. We just drop it in the garbage. Weird that tutorial worked for you. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm terrible at following instructions. I literally don't know how to follow instructions, so... Let's hook first. Maybe it's also because I'm in pro mode. Oh, you know what? I bet it is. That because I'm in pro mode, I don't have most of the controls actually listed. Pro mode is actually even more minimal in this game than it was in the previous one. So yeah, because my most of my interface isn't actually showing, so we might in fact have to swap out of pro mode for a moment. I didn't realize that, but feature not yet available. Hang on, where are my settings? Oh, you know what? Special controls. No, it's not special controls. Change equipment, per pad, focus, right hand ability. Yeah, let's see the interface for the first time in this game. So, I see. Okay, rotate. I see. Okay. But then how do we? Wow, pro mode is actually kind of unforgiving here. Unstick. Ah, okay. Wiggle. Okay. I totally didn't realize that. Serves me right for using pro mode. Okay, let's internalize this and then we'll switch back to pro. Just because that's all we need to know, right? Is we hold R for rotation and we yeah. Okay. That's right. Okay. There we go. Much better. Whoops, let's not toss this. Also, yeah, we should have attached the thing together first before we did this. Or even just use the other one? Where's the other one? Also, I only just realized that the radial menu allows you to use the right stick to select. But I guess we'll have lots of powers this game, much more than in the previous one. Okay, both hooks are there, I see. Yeah, these are fun. I mean, I only just got here, so... Oh, we probably want both hooks for stability, don't we? Wiggle. There we go. Much better. Why don't we just attach like this? Can I attach while I'm standing? Probably not. Okay, we'll just get on then. We'll just write it out. Don't need to fan or anything. Okay, tutorial pass. We learned the central mechanic of this game, or what seems to be. 4 hours in. Yeah, I wonder if the next shrine is actually doable without this one first. But let's touch this. Let's see it. And it's the monk equivalent this time. The Zonai precursors. Light that will cleanse you of evil. But yeah, Pro Mode really hides a lot more information in this game than in a previous one. So we'll see if we actually stick with it. Because, you know, it hides your heart, it hides your timer on buffs, etc. It really is very, very minimal. Light of Blessing. That will eventually give me some hearts, I'm sure. May the Light of Blessing grant you the strength you seek. Okay, now we can actually move some mine carts, like everything we saw earlier. Create some platforms to cross the gaps that we couldn't.
Ah,
2 more shrines, yes, of course. And yeah, we know that from the previous game, but now let's ride. Let's actually unlock some things. Oh, whoops, I keep forgetting. No sale. Old habits. Okay, we should probably eat to get out of trouble here, but... the first thing was I knew that this was going to be some kind of tutorial because we had seen a spot very close by where I'm supposed to build something with wooden planks. The wooden planks were telling me quite explicitly that it wasn't just going to be a simple magnetic power this time, but something quite a bit more elaborate. So let's create a lift of some sort. Okay. Practice a rotation. Oops. Hang on. There we go. Oops. Wooden stick's badly damaged because I... Well, that's what it is. So let's rotate this one too. Hang on. How do I do that additional axis of rotation? Let's figure this out. There we go. Let's attach it the other way for stability. Yeah, let's see if we can actually loop it around this way. Luca, how's the playthrough going? Alright, we are still in the tutorial, actually. And that's fine, because that's just how I play. We'd better move this. Then, fine, we'll just hook it on this way. It's not going to be very stable. Or we can go like this. Loop it around. Do it like this. That's not stable at all. Maybe give it a fan or something. Give it a push. You know what? Let's do it. Let's... Do we have a fan available here? Maybe not. Oops. Oh, why is this 2 separate panels? Oh, because it is 2 separate panels. No, we'll attach. And we'll probably send it off from here. You know what? Let's use a fan, actually. Just to see how this looks. Okay. Oh, we probably need to attach this first. Let's do that. Hopefully that's facing in the right direction. I have a little motor. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we can push tap. Wrong way. Okay. We should actually turn it off before we do this. Okay, rotate like this. Got a bit of a motor here. Not quite. I guess we need to race the other hook. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see, because that other hook here is going to be a bit of a pain. Oh, it's weighing it down, that's why we need to get rid of this thing. Possibly even move this a little bit further. Don't know how the physics system here is going to handle friction, basically. But shouldn't we be able to, at this point, give it a push. Oh. Let it fall. Wanted us to fall away from me without getting to actually use it, so. It's a little bit stuck. Well, if I place it here, though, it's just going to fly away. Yeah, come back, come back. I think I need to anchor it and then remove the anchor. Oh, there we go. Hey, there we are. Didn't even need the fan. There might be some fighting here. We better heal up. Toasty sky shroom. Yeah. You know what? Let's cook where we can. This figure looks awfully ominous. Oh. Okay, no, it's just a steward. And can we just take this? Okay, that's fine. We're almost at melee. And woodcutting. Yeah, again, we're not totally dependent on bombs like we were in the last game, so. Logs can be combined to assemble platforms. I like that. That's why we encountered a couple of logs earlier that seemed like they weren't just for rolling around the way we had in the first game, but we don't have a cook pot here, so I guess we won't just be cooking, but yeah, we got some axes, that's fine, we'll bust some of this stuff down. Anyway, there's clearly a place here to make a bridge. We'll do that. In fact, yeah, we can actually construct a log bridge, I'm sure. Like this. This is a very logical extension of the first game in some ways. This is what you were already kind of being taught to do in Breath of the Wild before the sale just made everything obsolete. So for example, we can just take this with us. So it will probably want a longer bridge by the end of this, but whoops. Also, we can totally set this thing on fire, but we'll bridge the gap. And I'm sure we can pick up the bridge and bridge another gap, which we will do. Oh, look, there's a sail over here, too. That's Very promising. Because we can just make a raft with that, eventually. Just move objects. I'll probably use the bridge to just create a way to go up to that attachment point, which I now realize is an attachment point. Oh, we can just move it. Great. Because then we can just make platforms anywhere we like, basically. Yeah, the actual rotation, of course, we'll need to be here. I mean, this is a kind of self-sustaining floating platform, right? So we should be able to... No, we can't climb it. Or can we? Yes, we can. Okay. Let's be clear about this before we fall to our death. And yeah, close call, but we had a lot of falling damage earlier. So I explored most of the snow zone, the cold area, before I went to the Temple of Time. And so we had plenty of time to play around in the overworld, just without the construction mechanics so far. And of course we can chop down more trees if we really wanted. But it looks like that's the extent of what we can do here. I'm sure some of the shrine puzzles are going to be pretty crazy in this game, just given the mechanic that we're looking at already. We really do need a cook pot, though. Or we can just roast some meat in the open. Yes, this does explain how we get around some of the ice later on. Fireflies, excellent. Let's grab some. Yeah, this guy's just gonna spook everything. And again, it's usable for stealth. Probably some eggs up here. For omelets. Oh. Let's not scare everything away. Just yet. And of course we can use the Ultra Hand to scan the environment. Just like we used to do with stasis. Oh, there's a frog. Can't quite sneak over to it. We might drop an arrow on it or something later. We really want to grab it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of restrictions there are on materials and objects for Ultra Hand, and just understand what the rules are. Where did that frog go? It just totally disappeared on me? Yeah. What is it over here? Okay. Can't quite capture everything. Let's, you know what? I really want to shoot this guy and just grab some meat off of him. We've got so many arrows at this point. Oh, one more. Guess we had a weak bow. Yeah. Only one piece. Okay. Probably not worth it, given how valuable arrows can be. So, in the absence of the sailcloth, I wonder if we can Create devices that are light enough to follow updrafts so far. We know that we can create updrafts, we just don't have a good way of using them right now without a sail, so. What do we got up here? More eggs? Great. And more trees for logging. And oh, that's a fight waiting to happen. Let's get ready for it. I think we need to roast some meat. Actually, I don't have a cook pot here, but we should really get ready for a battle. In some way. Anything up here? Nope. Cook pot, excellent. Exactly what I want to see. And yeah, another cooking tutor. Sure, why not? Maybe you've got a recipe. Educate me. Yeah, we know that. Okay. A grain of salt. Yeah, of course. Okay. We've got so many ingredients to get through. Let's... we know we need warm food later, but we can also do some stamina food or do some mushroom recipes along the way. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get some meat going on a fire. I mean, when you only have 3 hearts, a lot of it is going to be overkill, but... Tasty meat and mushroom skewer. Let's hold it again and stamina. Energizing steamed meat. Not a lot of energy on the wheel, but, you know, we'll take that anyway. There, Beshad Visser, welcome. This game does not appear to be designed for co-op, but I'm sure you have found a way. Yeah, let's make sure we've got a little bit more of this for later. Because we will need to get back to the ice zone. And then we'll... Yeah, we've got stamina food, speed food. What buff don't we have? That's okay. We'll do more speed. We never really use mushrooms anyway. Never did in the first game. Not being much of a speedrunner, but... Finished Eventide in Breath of the Wild by you using the right Joy-Con and your friend using the left. You see, I knew your answer would not disappoint. That sounds incredibly fun, by the way. Yeah, I absolutely fell in love with Eventide Isle when I saw it in the first game. I was going over my old notes. I took extensive notes about Breath of the Wild because back then I didn't have a capture card, but I wanted to record the experience since it was so personalized, and I was thinking... I had a lot of notes about how Eventide Isle felt like playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time, where it's all about trading up for your resource constraints. Whoops. Without so much of the inventory Tetris, I suppose, but... Okay, we should probably stock up on a bit of health here. I actually haven't tried once to rest at a campfire in this game. We clearly can, but... Past time by the fire, nah. We'll just heal up. Or, wait, does this heal up in this game? Let's see. I don't think it will, but... We'll try it. Nope, it doesn't. Didn't think so. I mean, things generally work the same way they did before, so. We'll have daytime. That's our first actual passage of time in this game. That was instant. Let's see about food. What do we have here? Let's just heal up. Mushroom skewer, sure. And we want a little more cold resistance just to have it available for later. Okay, so. Let's see. Oh yeah, we might as well bust some of this down just for ingredients. Oh, didn't want to do that. 10 arrows, excellent. 16 in total. Also, now it occurs to me that because everything that I assumed would be with something like magnesis is actually done with Ultra Hand, we can actually do some of the Korok puzzles now. Okay. Critical damage for sniping a sniper. No more bows, really. Hang on. Ah, that's okay, we'll just leave one in place. Oh. And pardon the jitteriness. I am using motion controls because it's the only way I know how to play. Whoops. Oh. Okay. Whoop. Let's stand back here for a moment. And go... Whoop. Hang on. You know what? Let's actually shield for a change. Flurry rush, can I? Oh, you know what? Let's just kill him. Okay. Let's actually remember how to fight in this game. What? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's done. We've got a bunch of damaged weapons that we'll trade out. And yeah, might as well just expend a thick stick. Which is now all gone. Wonder why these have the highlight around them. I'm actually not clear on this. Maybe because they're two-handers? I'm not sure. Because they are capable of clubbing things. Regardless. We know how to get more axes, so let's just use it. Arrows, always a good idea. What do we have here? Okay, more gems. Hey, money obviously hasn't been an issue so far since there's nothing to spend it on at this stage, but it would be nice to get more bomb flowers at some point though, because we did run out of our entire supply earlier. And here, I'm sure, is a tutorial for getting across the water with some kind of raft, which we will make. I wonder if we can pick up lily pads. Doesn't look like it. But anyway, let's run around some more. Nothing here. And nothing much here. Oh, this guy's gonna run around. Whoops. That's okay. I basically intended to break that bow anyways, since we know we have some additional ones coming. Or nearby. Grab some more meat. Oops. I can aim sometimes. Only one piece this time, though. Okay, Spirit of Roru is going to tell me something. I love this view of the Temple of Time. The Garden of Time was quiet. The only sound to be heard was a time bell ringing in mornings and evenings. Fireflies at night? Yeah, we got a few of those before we changed everything up. Okay, I guess we can lower the lift. I don't think I can move it while I'm on it, though, can I? Oh, but we can stack and move in sequence. That's almost certainly what this whole tutorial is. And in fact, we can just build a series of steps. Come on, let's go. Back. And whoops. Hang on. We'll get used to this eventually, I'm sure. All these axes of rotation. Whoops. Okay. This is probably enough, but we can always grab the last block if it's not. Again, very logical extension of the ideas in the first game. Okay. Got a bow, got more parts. More batteries. And more arrows. And what about that shrine we were heading towards? Where were we going? Before I got distracted. This is why I'm not a very natural fit for playing in pro mode in some ways. It's a self-imposed challenge, but I find that if I do have the minimap open, I just wind up looking at the map all the time instead of actually keeping my eyes on the world, and so this was maybe a more interesting way to play. I always have to remind myself I do not have the sail. I so badly just want to jump everywhere. Like right here. Grab some fish while we're at it. Oops. Interesting splash effect, too. You do, in fact, kick up some precipitation as you descend. Where was I? There was a shrine somewhere here. We should have taken some advice to mark it on the map, but we didn't, so too bad. More arrows. I'll gladly take that. Hunting, yeah, we know. Yep. We've gotten full on bows though, so no need for that just yet. Also, that's a very conspicuous looking rock. That's a Korok waiting to happen. Probably Korok number 2 of this game for me, if it is. Yahaha! Haven't really been keeping alert for them so far, but again, we'll take it. Oh yeah, we went to the upper location earlier. Let's try to find a vantage point once again. And up we go. Did I mark the cook pot here? I probably forgot. Yeah, let's mark it. I'm sure eventually, you know, we've burned so much in the way of markers in this tutorial area that we'll eventually want to remove some of these when we get into the main map off the tutorial zone, but for the time being, yeah, we know that there's one spot over here. We've been there before. Let's figure out where the shrine is over here. It's one of these pods, I think. Ah, yes, there it is. Or is that the one that I had been to previously? No, that's the one I'd already opened up. Okay. Let's scout a little bit here. You know, given that these are able to float, I suspect they can be propelled. And we'll see if that's the case. What's over here? Yeah, we need to make it over there. Okay, that's the one. Well, if I'm correct, we should be able to grab one of these. Oops, it's a bit stuck. Grab one of these, I said. No, not. This one, maybe? Or is it too far? It's too far. I'll lift it way up. Resources are not too scarce, so we can probably afford to. Oops, oh, that was a miss. Spectacular miss. Whoops. Luckily, objects remain in place. Okay, let's not drop off this time. That was a little bit risky. Yeah, very natural extension of what you could do with balloons and platforms in the first game. I mean, it's pretty much exactly the same thing. It's just cutting a middleman when it comes to setting up all the Octorok balloons and creating your own little airship. Particularly fun in Master Mode, where you just have access to so many of those putting devices out of the box. Okay, so where are we going? I had marked this on a map. That way. Right, that way, okay. Come on. Oh, let's not drop off quite so easily. Let's not fall down in that just yet. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to do this. Let's... I always forget the facing direction on the fan, that's the only thing. Oops. Yeah, it's in this direction, right? That's how fans work? Yeah. Let's move this thing. Attach this, and let's tap using something expendable. There we go, look at that. Look at it, absolute beauty. And we'll make sure we give it time to recharge. That's how to play this game. That's how to play. Sailing right over in some encampments. But we'll recharge and we'll go. And we'll cover some of this territory on the way back, I'm sure, but this is too much fun. Something tells me the speedruns of this game are going to be a lot of fun to watch. We're going to be a little bit high. We'll have to probably jump in the water. And unfortunately lose access to this, unless of course we check the fan first, which we can always do. And we can always move the fan as well using the Ultra Hand. Or just move towards the cliff over there. I like that idea, actually. Let's, wiggle, wiggle. This is way too much fun. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This has got to be Korok, right? Yeah. Now I noticed, of course, that we have no way to raise and lower elevation yet at this point. Gently. But we'll figure that out eventually. Let's leave that in place. I don't know if everything will just disappear when we pop back out of the shrine, but we'll see how this game is about preserving spatial information when it comes to things that you build. Look at that, we skipped over all this stuff. And that's okay. What power shall we get? Oh, you know what? We don't have bombs. But there's a bomb slot right here that heavily implies that we will get some way of making bombs with the subsequent power, so we'll see what that is. I mean, that's the only reason that they would put bomb tutorial spot right next to this. It's gotta be. And because the shrines should be able to be done roughly independently, I think you need Ultra Hand to get to this one maybe, but certainly not a snow one. Kind of wonder how independent they will be of each other when it comes to their powers.
Ah.
But if we can get some bombardment going, that would be great. Now, what is this? Fuse. Attach something to an equipped weapon or shield to enhance it. So you can make bombs out of things, maybe. Or create something that allows you to break through rocks. Okay.
Hmm.
Think of that sword ahead. Let's see it. The ability to combine. Yeah, fuse and alter hand. It's going to appear in blue. We have no weapon slots, do we? Yeah. Rusty Claymore. Well, let's see what it's going to be attached to. We can just attach a rock to it, maybe. Totally can. Can we attach it to a tree branch? That would be funny. Oh yeah, we totally can. Okay. That's amazing. That is amazing. Now, here's the thing. Oh, and you can keep it. Boulder hammer. Moreover, is Alter Hand valid for these as well? Yes, it is, consistently. Now, Boulder hammer. Yeah, I see now. I see now that these have highlights, possibly because they're capable of fusion. Everything's capable of fusion, though, right? Yeah, because you can just select a weapon and you can select the base. Oh, I know why. It's because stone axes and log clubs can be made through fusion. They are also the products of fusion, which is why you can do that. Now, I wonder if you can take anything apart. But because they are the products of fusion, they appear with a highlight. So it shows you that you can make stone axes and log clubs just by fusing right items. I understand it now. And yeah, we've got some columns here that we can just knock down, probably. Including this one with a treasure chest. Common arrows. And we've got a spot over here that will require something. Probably fusing something that will be usable as a key. Okay. We'll eventually develop some muscle memory for these. For sure. This looks like it's something that would require fire. Fire fruit. Raise attack power. Let's grab all of it. Now here's the thing, it looks like we do need arrows for it. Then do we fuse with the bow? I'm sure we do. Because hang on. We can fuse. We probably need to turn on the tutorial again for this segment. I mean, we need to fuse the bow probably with... So do we turn it into a fire bow or do we fuse with the arrow? That's the thing. Not clear to me yet, but you would think that it fuses with the arrow. Okay. Fire fruit. Now then... Let's see if we go arrow. No. Let's turn off pro mode for a moment. Let's actually see the tutorial. Oh, special controls, never mind. Oh, that's scope and pins, never mind. Let's see if this tells me anything. Select material to... I see, okay, so you go up. Is that true of all weapons? No, it's only if you have the bow. What if you have the shield on? Nope. It's only with the bow. Okay. We'll familiarize ourselves with that. In that case, let's take this. So is it with the bow or with the arrow? Let's find out. Fire fruit. Looks like it's just with the arrow. So you can attach one material per shot, which is why you're going to be loaded with things like key swings to have homing shots. Okay, so that's the key. Yeah, because you've got all kinds of things you can attach. Eventually. We'll play with it later. We already know from the item description that homing arrows are going to be a thing. Also, if you ran out of fire fruit for some reason, this is a fallback. If you ran out of arrows, well, the game would probably have to spit something at you, but ah, okay, here's a tutorial. Keep the bow drawn, and yeah. This is probably how you can make bomb arrows as well, given the bomb flowers, which we didn't know about because we did everything the hard way. Okay. Okay, this guy's gonna try to whip me. You know what? Why don't we try the homing shot? And okay, not actually that useful. Or was the homing shot with the wing or with the eyeball? Oh, fly farther with... Okay. I see. It's eyeball that has that. Let's take a look at the fusion powers then. Ah, and some of them give you attack power, I see. Okay. Yeah, because you can use amber to improve arrow power. Stones, of course. And fireflies, what do they do? Stealth of some sort. That's okay, we can... Oops, we should actually have fused a shield. Let's eat some food first, and let's see what we can do about a shield. Just to try it out, because... Oh, we actually have a lot of fire that we can use here. Come on. Get over here. Oh, he's not going to get over there. Okay, never mind. Oh, there we go. And we'll just burn him to death with a single arrow. That's the way to play. They're basically like the miniature ancients in the previous one. Rockhammer. Yeah, let's use the boulder hammer to knock something down, and then we'll switch to Rockhammer. We'll continue with your journey? Yeah. We'll be back as often as possible with this game, Redux, so hopefully we'll see you around. Got more construct bows. Grade up slightly. So we haven't done the shield fusion yet, but we will at some point. Also, what is this? Oh yeah, more fruit. Okay, one more shrine after this one, and we'll be almost out of the tutorial zone. We'll see what the remaining power is. It really does subvert expectations in some ways, that you see things that look like bomb locations, for instance, and they turn out to be weapon fusion, for instance. Or you see things that look like magnesis, and they turn out to be anything you want to build. And so, looking forward to seeing what the next one will be. It's probably related to climbing up to that big hollow stump that we see later on. Because that was the obstacle that was placed right outside the snow shrine. So we'll see what kind of power is related to that. Possibly something with flight and riding up crafts or something to that effect, but we'll see soon enough. Anyway, we've been blessed. Like I said, when we pop out, we'll see if any of my vehicles remain in place or if everything is just reset as I would expect them to be. Yeah, I love how it shows you where you are on the map as well when you change zones. Anyway, it is evening. We will take a look. Yeah, as I expected, I think the vehicle did disappear on me. That you'd be loading our way back in here. We will be knocking this thing down. I said we'll be knocking this thing down. In Breath of the Wild, I was constantly using bombs instead of anything rock breaking. I hardly ever use the heavy mining two-handers because bombs would usually just override their function completely. No expense to durability. Here, it seems like it's really leaning into mechanics that will encourage the player to actually spend things. Oh, here's a sail. Nope, here's something. You know what? We'll just whip this guy. And we have a sail. We will probably make it back. Depending on how we choose to proceed. Okay, so we'll make our way back over to the east. And I'm sure this is meant to be a sailboat tutorial. Yeah, we got some logs. We'll need some additional logs. It's basically encouraging me to do some logging. And we'll figure out where to place the boats. Let's fight over here first. Oh, look at that. They're fighting the choo-choos. As defenders of the realm. Okay, so one other guy here, and we have a cave system coming, so he's gonna try to slap something. That single snipe there is a good board guster. That's obviously a wind weapon. Okay. We'll take the board guster. That seems to be somewhat unique, although we can probably just fuse weapons to boards and be done with that. So, let's see if we can chop anything with this first. Yeah, we got boards all over the place, actually. And a cooking point. And a treasure chest, so let's take a look. Soldier Reaper. Rebranch with... Oh yeah, I guess this is what the soldier construct horn. Let's just drop a stick. Or no, let's just drop the rock hammer. Yeah, I guess attack power just scales with your weapon base. It's sort of interesting that if you use something like the board guster, that's basically the equivalent of the Deku leaf in this game. Build anything here? Probably, but we'll go into cave first. Discovery. And up, geese. What am I even holding? Yeah, we probably shouldn't have spent a Soldier Reaper on that. That's a little wasteful. But we should have used a bolder weapon over here. Okay, let's shoot this guy. Now we can find some rocks or bombs or something. That would be ideal. We can probably just use some rocks as mining weapons. So yeah, so we should just be thinking about bombs all the time when we actually have more options in this game. Gotta familiarize myself with the controls, obviously. A wooden stick with rock, yeah. Ah, detachable visor inventory, interesting. Destroy fused material. Okay, okay, so you can get back to the base weapon, but only if you destroy the fusion. Okay, let's do some mining. Actually using mining weapons, imagine that. Very nice. Probably don't want to just put a bomb flower on the end of a melee weapon, though. That seems like it's a recipe for disaster. You know, want as many lights as possible from the bright shrooms. Bright blooms, rather. Like I was saying much earlier, these cave systems really do make me think of Xenoblade X in terms of feeling like the thing that was missing from Breath of the Wild's terrain design. Well, here we are. We've got caves. Hey, we've finally got a top. Excellent. I was wondering when we would find one. Very minimal, but it'll work. Okay, we've got a couple of defenders. No, these are just stewards. Overlooking the rafts. And what does Rory want to say? Culinary, maker, etc. Yeah, we'll make a raft. We need to make a sail, though. And we have a fan. Actually, yeah, a fan will do. But we should look over here to see what kind of secret lies hidden away. Oh yeah, there is that whole central platform too that we never actually approached. Let's be cautious here and move this in such a way that we can actually dock it. Yeah, we can probably make a lower series of steps here. I wonder if he has a particular type vulnerability. Let's actually try it with a fire fruit. Oops. Yeah, with save arrows too. Oh, whoops. Okay, we were incautious. That was very careless. Haven't seen a death in a while. We knew he was shooting at me, I just didn't count the hearts accurately. Yeah, we've seen a dialogue, etc. Let's get some materials. So far, a lot of these reward points don't give me, or haven't given me anything but more gems anyway, opals and the like. That's okay. We'll back there and fight anyway. Yeah, let's attach. Oops. No, 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 that was the wrong button. That was not meant to be a dive. Muscle memory failing us once again, so... How am I doing for hearts? 2 hearts, that's fine. We'll live. Okay, we probably should have lifted this. Not while I'm standing on it, though. Okay. Oh, no. That's why we have to stop spamming the button. We need to be careful with some of these attachment points. Much more careful. Okay, now we're in danger of being shot, so let's actually eat some food. Not that we need to cold resistance, but we'll use it anyway because food is food. Too far. Attach. Just move this down slightly. Okay. It's not shooting me yet. Oh, okay, now it's shooting me. Yeah, let's just spam some food, whatever. We'll get more cold resistance later. Yeah, that's what it's doing when it's picking up those weapons, it's fusing. Nope, we lost all the materials. Okay, well, too bad. Probably should have considered that beforehand. Okay, now let's move some platforms and make a way upstairs. Maybe not that clumsily. Too bad, could have used some construct materials there. We'll grab an opal or some other gemstone. Amber, okay, that's fine. Now that everything also gives me a tooltip with an attack power. And now that I can also climb back out whenever I like. We'll just take everything the long way. Anyway, up we go. Island after island. We'll just skip over all of that and we bypass quite a lot of content over land just from flying around everywhere, but we'll see what we can. It's very conspicuous stuff. That looks like some place that we should be lighting up for Korok purposes. In fact, I wonder if we can fuse with anyway. Yeah, this is already fused. Will we be able to fuse a wooden stick with something like this? Where we need to kind of figure out the wooden stick. So, okay, now it's a pointing stick that has some fire attached to a flame stick. Great. And it's got battery power attached to it. Or, oh no, the battery power is just visible all the time. Great. Make your own flame weapon. Find your own Korok. Okay, so much for that. Now, let's see how we shall proceed. Had to make a stump over here. Go around. Where are we even going? We're going this way. back over to the land of snow and ice, which is up there. So if we could create a massive bridge or something, that'd be ideal, because then we could just create a log that crosses over. Might be interesting. We've got lots of trees to work with here. We just need to expend an axe to do it. And you know, we're playing around with this game. Let's just do it. Grab as many logs as we can. Cork frond. Ah, so we can make our own crock leaves. Oh, failed to loot whatever that was. It was like it was a bug that was flying away. Yep. Failed to loot it once again. Okay. Anyway, let's make a big log. Hopefully it'll be something stable. Alright, now let's see if we can do this. It's not nearly long enough, actually. Can't actually see with my current camera view whether it will reach. It might actually reach. Just barely. I feel like we need maybe one additional log to make this really work. Oh, no, it works. Add some weight. Oh, I'll push towards it. No, we'll jump very carefully. Okay, here we go. Carefully. Careful. That's not careful. Yeah, one additional log for stability would have been best, or even making that wider. It was fun while it lasted. I mean, it's totally doable, it's just that we need to not slip off the log. So here we are again. That was 4 logs at a time. Yeah, we could widen things up a little bit. Make a proper bridge. I wonder if there's some kind of parts limit to what you can build. I mean, obviously there is going to be some kind of loading limit too. It stays active, but kind of wonder if it's like a game like Subnautica where it's totally a free-for-all when it comes to crafting. At the expense of computational limits of your machine. Oops. Okay. We're going to make it wider this time. Chop down some more trees. Definitely an incentive to engage with certain mechanics that seem to disappear from the early game in previous installment. And then, oops. Let's rotate it. I'm sure the actual rotation will make sense to me eventually, but yeah, we'll add an additional plank with time. Look at that. Beautiful. And we'll attach it again. Okay, let's make it 2 logs wide this time. Maybe this will be a little more successful. Whoops, let's not drift over the edge. That would be a really bad idea. Whoops. Alright. Do it like this. I'm gonna change the actual tilt here. Oh, that's not very stable. We change rotation slightly. Yeah, that's the thing, is that rotation mechanics are not very intuitive to me so far. Okay, there we go. That might do it. Almost. Oh, and it's drifting. Not. Do it. Pull it back slightly. Nope, it's falling the wrong way completely. Whoop, this way. This game is a comedy reel waiting to happen in so many ways. We really should have made this like 1 log longer. Hang on. Come on, rotate the other way. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Nope. See, it's giving me both of the axes of rotation I don't want. Oh, I guess, no. To do rotation, you have to kind of apply some Rubik's Cube thinking to this. You kind of rotate along one axis first, then you rotate along the other one, then you rotate back. That's how you have to do it. Okay. Like that. Oh, nope. Too much momentum. Okay. Like this. Can we do it? Nope. Alright. There goes that. You know, we don't even need that to get up there. We know there's another way. Well, that was a spectacular effort in a way, so. It would have been fun to make that happen, but we needed a slightly longer bridge. And actually, you know what? We didn't actually need the bridge to touch the top because we could have just climbed the rest of the way. We actually had a decent partial solution going earlier. I would like to make this happen, but we're running out of logs first of all, and charges on that axe. So I guess we're going down. We can make a big splash. Oh, I guess we're climbing. Nope, that looks like water. And that is water. Alright then. Let's make a raft. Sure, fine. Well, oh, you know what? No, we don't need to. We'll just send some of these upwards. We're gonna do things my way. Except, of course, now I can't reach, so never mind. Well, we're going to be messing around quite a bit, I think. Okay, up we go. Oh yeah, we should have grabbed that fan. Okay, fine, we'll go back down. And sure, we'll just attach. We won't use it yet. And let's rotate. You guys need to get accustomed to it. I never really did get accustomed to it, even with magnesis and the like in the first game, so in terms of rotating objects here and there. And we'll just step ladder our way up. It's kind of like, actually it's exactly like just doing Riona's staircases in the first game. Oops. Hey, why can't I grab that now? Is that out of range, really? Oh, because it's attached. Okay. Step ladder our way up. We need to attach. Just need to move things up. Come on. Everything's very lopsided. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Hang on. You don't really want to attach, but it's very lopsided. We'll just gradually work our way up. Hang on. Okay. Up we go. Nope, we're a little out of reach now. Interesting how the stacking priority works. You have multiple objects like this. I can't believe I can't really aim something like this. Oh, but probably because it's still attached. A little bit inconvenient that we can't really point down. We can't actually point down at all. Just in the way. We should really be using the cliff climbing to our advantage, I think, to resolve some of this. Oh, no. And we lost it. We're going to be spending a lot of time just messing around with this stuff, I'm sure. Oh, we attached to a log. No wonder things were weighed down like crazy. Didn't even see that log. Okay, there we go. Can we touch that at all? Let's just climb. We've done worse. Don't think I can quite land on top of this though. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Nope. We're way out of range. Yeah, you do need to be in a stable position to continue using your arm power, obviously. Okay. In that case, let's see what we can do. Maybe we can just make our own tree. No, it wouldn't really stand. But if you propped it up, maybe. Just leaned it. No. Or you just attach it and use that to just as a handle to pull the object down. Yeah, because now you have a handle, right? So you just pull like that. Not that I can get up there, but now I can climb up this thing. And once again be reminded that I have no sailcloth as I jump over and miss. Or I can just climb up this way. Maybe it'll let me wrap around the side. Yes, it will. Okay. Not that I can reach that. Maybe, though, you can... We spent way too much time on this. Yeah, the range is a little bit difficult to estimate. Let's just grab a fan and go. Got lots of fans there. Let's just grab a fan and go. You know what? Why don't we attach fans to the bottom? Because then wouldn't we be able to do a kind of upward propulsion? I think you need to shoot it though, right? Like if you sent it dead center. And you remove this. Actually, let's see if it has the power to do it. Except how do I pull this whole thing down? Like this, right? I bet if you did something like set off a remote bomb. To activate a fan. And you could send it up. Or if you did something like... Where's the log? Where's the log? I don't know if I would have the power, but... Let's say we did this, rotated, it's attached, have this little base here. Just give it a little bit of lift, but not very much. Not very much. And unfortunately, it totally drains your battery, so... Yeah. Never mind then. Let's just take this. I'm trying to get up top, but the thing is, the stepladder method just hasn't worked out very well. Perhaps we made something vertical like this. Then you can at least have a climbing point that allows you to then get within range of the next one. No, not really. Still out of range every time. Can't actually see how to get within range, which is the unfortunate thing. As you see, you can totally get within range to attach it here, but then use that as an attachment point to drag it down. Yes, you can. Okay, good. So basically, you create an anchor point. Draw it in closer, perhaps. Okay. Then perhaps detach the log from there. Yes, the problem with this is that the range is actually really difficult to visualize. Oh, we still have another fan here as well. Okay, we managed to wiggle this away from everything else, but not the log. We could have made it up there by now, many times over, but I really kind of wanted to see if I could do this. Because ideally we can get within the line of sight to get the log out of here. But nope. The wiggle to detach logic isn't going to quite cooperate with me here. However, you jump like this, you climb like this, and maybe you can do it. Except you can't reach. That's okay, we'll just sail across. Call it a day. And we'll leave this one here. Let's attach it. Just in case we want it. Oh, and it activates everything at once. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess so, because you would basically build a construct in a way that you would arrange the engines together and then activate them all at the same time with a single tap. I didn't realize that. Now we do. That has some interesting implications, in fact. Because it means that if you attach one to the bottom and then attach one to the top as a switching point, then you can actually do some upward propulsion. But let's do it this way. In fact, we can try that when I have an appropriate vantage for it. I don't right now. And of course it expends battery on both, I think. Anyway, I can probably climb from here. Finally. Assuming we have a ledge to get on afterwards. Yeah, we will. Okay, so that was a lot of experimentation that didn't get me anywhere, but we learned a very important thing. Which is that tapping one activation point on a combined device will activate all attached devices. Very important to know in case we ever run a flamethrower on one of those. Can I stand here, please? Refresh a little bit. There we go. Are we in a cold zone yet? We must be, right? Oh, yeah. But anyway, we're back here. At long last. It does make me wonder. I should see if I can pick it up all over again. Oh yes, we've been here previously. This is where it teaches you how to use the fans in conjunction with the minecarts, which we can do. We can even do multiple carts if we want, probably. Again, like many things I talked about previously, a very logical extension of the first game. And we'll just ride the rails. Oh. Up to a point. I guess we'll move it. Whoops. It's wild how this is just a tutorial, yeah. Very much its own game. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it's just built on top of all the familiar mechanics when it comes to traversal that, you know, as an experienced Breath of the Wild player, it just all feels second nature. But then, this element of it really feels like something like Subnautica to me. Except even more dynamic because you've got so many moving parts. This is stuck. Hang on. Let's move this. Alright, let's move. Oh, whoops, we fell off. Come back. I guess we needed the bow. That's okay. We wanted to do some more mining in a mining cave anyway, since we had a couple of additional points we had not destroyed. Ah, okay, so this is the limit. That's okay. We had unfinished business here. But yeah, like I've been saying, I kind of like how this entire zone it trains you to break your dependency on things that had become catch-all solutions in Breath of the Wild, namely the parachute and the bombs. Where eventually you just use them for everything, right? And then things can become a little bit unnecessarily one-dimensional. Anyway, let's break everything we can. I don't know if you want to expend all this currency now, of course, or if we want to save it up for later shops that might have more to trade. I say we'll save it. Your behavior is a threat. Yeah, I know. I know it is. We do it anyway. Oh wait, we've got more. Yeah, we'll take out everything. What happened to those fans? Oh yes, I picked up a few. I looted them. And I used them needlessly. Let's just do a single cart, so I don't fall down whatever rails curve. There we go. Okay, let's turn around. Long stick, wooden stick. Let's go wooden stick. And up we go. Yeah, in some ways, you know, everything here is just a very logical extension, like I was saying, of what Breath of the Wild was doing in the first place, but on the other hand, is also completely surprising and unprecedented in its own way. It's like how it almost felt like Breath of the Wild was a case of Nintendo belatedly catching on to open world design and rewriting the book about it, and then now, you know, it's catching on to years and years of engineering games, effectively, that have this sticky piece-by-piece assembly to them. Anyway, we're finally back here after so long. This was the shrine location. Let's just get over there. It's a ways off. But we can do another fan ride. If we can find a fan. Where's the minecart? Where did I even go to come up here? Yes, there we go. Oh yes, and there's this central piece that we haven't dealt with yet. I guess we should deal with it. Also. We'll just take this over here. And let's fight this thing. Oh, whoops. Oh. That's not what I expected. Oh, okay, so it does that. We came in a little underprepared. Flux construct. I wonder what it's weak to, potentially. Let's just dodge until we can figure that out. Yeah, so there is a weak point. Whoa. Oh, okay, let's not do that. I am a little underfed right now. Let's learn the cold resistance unnecessarily. Whoa. Okay, didn't quite run out in time. Well, that's interesting. So this is basically the Talus equivalent of the tutorial zone. We'll probably need to make better use of our fusion weapons. And better use of food. We should get some more food first, for sure. And we'll learn a new fight. Possibly use some of those key eyeballs to have some homing shots. Anyway. Running speed is going to be useful here. And yeah, we'll just make a couple more of those. Two hearts, yeah, that's fine. Although the guy does hit pretty hard. Maybe even, no, we'll save the rock salt for something else. For something that actually needs to be salted. Okay. Let's grab a fan and let's head over there and fight. We're definitely under-equipped. I feel like I should fuse some weapons in advance. But we'll figure it out. When we're also busy dodging. Rather unwisely. Yeah, because basically if we use a lot of fusion for arrow power, you know, use amber arrows and such. I guess you can probably only fuse one item at a time, but some expensive ammunition. Okay. So yeah, this guy, his attack just takes out my construction immediately. Bright bloom seed. I probably should have had a bite to eat before this. No, we've got 3 hearts. So, let's take a look. Attack power. Yeah, we should basically fuse attack power and see what the vulnerability is going to be. Obviously, we'd like to see something explosive. We don't want to be spending the expensive gemstones, but amber might actually be really good. As would the homing arrow once we get to that point. Okay. Bow, please. Then, let's try the homing arrow. Oh. That's why there's a hotkey for that. Now, can I climb it? I should be able to climb it. Can I actually move anything with this guy? Let's Oh, you know what? We can actually detach him. That's probably the way to fight him, is we detach him with the Ultra Hand. Oh, let's get out. I mean, he probably picks up the pieces after a while, but... But we just detach the central piece with the eye, and we just whack that with a weapon. But it's not being carried around by anything else. Here we go. Very cool, actually. Very neat idea for a fight. Okay, so he's going to be a platform now. That's okay, we'll just take him apart. Let's just maintain some stamina if we're running. Take him apart piece by piece. This is an extremely neat boss fight. And it's one that immediately engages with the mechanics that have been introduced in this zone. Yeah, we'll probably go for a stronger melee weapon as I can, and then you detach. Now, where did it go? Where is it? I don't see it. Oh. Hang on. Let's grab Rock Hammer. Okay. 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 We need another weapon. Let me just switch over to the other rock hammer. Yeah, we can just detach piece by piece. I actually kind of wonder what the third shrine will give me, because I'm sure it's something that's relevant to this fight that we just haven't engaged with. Okay, detach. Oh, whoops. Accidentally pressed a stick, which is why I can't stand press stick inputs. They always mess me up in every game. I had a lot of trouble with that in Splatoon as well, in fact. Constantly activating certain powers by mistake. Okay, this is going to be a clean fight, though, as long as we don't get stopped. As long as we don't get stopped, let's be careful here. Get right into him. Very cool. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. Almost there. One more cycle should do it. What an amazing fight. What an amazing fight. This is how to do a first boss fight. Kind of like how the Talus in the first game kind of taught the climbing mechanics as something that was combat relevant. This just immediately gets you into using Ultra Hand in a combat situation. And of course, this fight, this island was gated off by the Ultra Hand. We tried to land here earlier and that would have gone very badly. Also, as his HP gets low, the core is right in the center. There we go. Oh. Kind of missed a shot, actually, but we'll take it. How do I pick this up? Grab? What do I do with this? Slap it, maybe? Break it apart? Or attach it to something? Great show. I mean, we have the game to thank for that. But this looks like it's technically some kind of reward, but I don't have any idea how to use it. Some kind of core. I have no idea what to do with this. Grab. Can we attach it to something and find out? Oh, I should just tap it. Oh no, I already did tap it. Maybe... some kind of gear mechanism, or... If I tap everything, then it will power up, right? What is this, then? Oh, it's a power conduit, basically. Like, you can use it as a switching device. Yeah, I see. Okay, because you just tap it to power anything up. Anyway, we need the last shrine. Let's actually go back there. Amazing fight. Oh, we can even put this on a little pole and turn it around. Oh no, wrong way. I thought I turned this around. How come I rotate it again? There we go. Well, I don't know what else is supposed to do for me. But that was a lot of fun. Also, yeah, there was this bomb location earlier that is also a rockhammer location, I guess, that we didn't engage with, but we'll do the shrine first at this point. Why not? And we'll do it by going upstairs in the cave. How am I doing for food items? 13 minutes, so yeah, we can probably do that. Let's cook another one just in case. And the things we don't always want to spend all of these materials down to 0 in case they're interesting fusion effects. And where am I? There we are. Okay. Cold resistance, let's do it. Then we'll head up to the shrine. Also, we'll get rid of these guys. Not that way. We know that from experience. Can't get over what a creative mini-boss that turned out to be. I mean, we'll see lots more like it, I'm sure. Lots of variants on it. It is literally the intro boss. But here we are over here again. Let's see if we can recall how to get upstairs. Probably through the cave. Formerly bottomless cave. But we've raided all the bomb flowers already and they have decided not to come back. And we know our way around at this point. Hey, more bomb flowers, finally. We will take that. I do appreciate more. I was wondering in the back of my mind whether we would encounter something that was like the Stone Talus here in this tutorial zone, and of course now we've answered that question. Yeah, but the whole time I was thinking, you know, this is an excellent tutorial zone in terms of getting right into new mechanics. I kind of wonder how this plays to somebody who has never played Breath of the Wild, in fact, because of course it's a little more straightforward about the tutorials for returning mechanics like the cooking and so forth, but... Alright, let's find some way to climb this. Logs, probably. We can do it with logs, for sure. We'll just create some planks. This is what these trees are for. Hopefully we'll do it a bit more successfully than previously. Not the best fit, hang on. We can do better than that. That's not great either. That's okay. Can we, at this point, actually do this? Create a little climbing rod. Not very stable. We need to reinforce it a bit. Just maybe strengthen the base a little bit. Maybe that would work. Engineering principles apparently might actually be useful here. Look at that. Oh, almost. Almost. There we go. There we go, as long as we don't fall off. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We can probably even pick it up for next segment. Over here, we can actually get within range to grab it. Yeah. Take it up for this area as well. As long as I don't back off the cliff. Look at that, problem solved. Yeah, we got some pants. Excellent. Finally got here. After much work. And looks like another machine as well. I guess that would potentially give me different items. So we'll have to check that. Oh, looks like got a rock place. Haven't found too many of these guys so far, but we've got platforms over there that we'll be using soon, I'm sure. Maybe even right now. Right now. Except we need to get up here first. Okay, fine. Well, these looks curious. Wonder if they work as climbing surfaces. They look like they might. Okay. Yes, I can. That's what they're for. I mean, apart from messing with a rotation, look how intuitive it does feel after a while. Okay, we kind of flipped over on the other side, though. Yeah, we've seen one of these before. Yeah, we know about the device dispenser. Let's... Wing type devices. Oh, okay, so we can make flying machines, basically. And climbing surfaces as well. You know what? Let's dump a whole bunch of batteries in. Like we did before. If I can. Let's see what comes out. Flame emitters, wings. Fly in the wind. I feel like we're about to see some kind of tutorial for that. Let's dump another set of batteries in, just... to pick up some more. I wonder if there are any additional dispensers that we haven't seen so far. Because we haven't explored that exhaustively. Okay, we got some parts now. I feel like there's something that we need to learn from the nearby shrine that we haven't learned yet when it comes to operating this. In fact, I find it quite likely. But let's go up anyway. Okay. More wings. Excellent. Nothing here, but loss of durability. And we don't know how to use the wings yet. This looks like an obvious gliding point that you're supposed to depart from, but I feel like there's maybe some kind of self-attachment to the wing that we would need to do. Unless we also put a fan on it. But let's do the tutorial first. And because this looks like a rather prominent takeoff point that we'll need to know about. So anyway, back to the shrine. And let's do it. Also notice that my gear is now more than sufficient for cold resistance.
Ah.
What power shall we have this time? Ascend. Upward through solid material and emerge on top of it. Okay, we'll see how to use it. Doesn't give me a clue as to how to use the wing. But we'll see how it looks. So we probably attach to the ceiling and go up. Whoa. Whoa, okay. That looks very promising. Oh, is that a range check or? Here we go. I see, because then the other block would have gotten me upstairs. Yep. By extension, can you go through the floor? Nope. Just through the ceiling. Within a certain range. Love how there are more powers to be discovered too that we haven't unlocked yet. Now I wonder if this is usable in combat somehow. And yeah, it looks like you can poke this and then go through the ceiling here. But again, fall damage on the way down is something I'm thinking about. And this is a fireproof bow, so we'll definitely drop this one. And actually, the item replacement interface is much better, I think, from what I remember. Looks like we need to drop this by cutting it, and then we ascend through it. Okay, then we one piece at a time, although this will be interesting. Oh, I see. So it's going to be something timed. Have to mind a camera while we do this. I guess this is how you would get back up to the sky from the ground. Once you eventually leave the sky. And that would have been the original solution for getting through the stump. One of the solutions anyway, one of the main solutions. Doesn't explain to me how to use the wing though. Maybe you just let the wing fly and ride it out. Or maybe you use the ascend power in conjunction with the wing and it would lift it or something. Not really sure. Okay. Well, let's figure out the wing. We are ready to return to the Temple of Time, of course, apparently. Then... ascend power, yeah. Try it. Doesn't look the most comfortable, but I'll take it. Also, is it only on flat surfaces? It is not just on flat surfaces. You can do it like this as well, and it saves you a great deal of climbing. Pops you right through the Korok spot, in fact. So about that wing. Yeah, and you don't even need to construct anything to go through here. Would have saved me a lot of trouble. Then, how do you use these? You just let them fly and then... or maybe attach a propeller to it or something. It's got to be attaching a propeller to it, I would think. Yeah, because then that allows you to fly all the way over. Wasn't there a location I wanted to see? Over here, yeah. Well, we can do that. Southwest. Maybe so. Let's grab a propeller. We've got plenty. Oops. We adjust the angle a little bit. Getting a little more familiar with this. Well, okay, that happened. not the most stable. But perhaps if we added some support to it. Oh, whoops. Not like that. Oh, look, and it's a glider track, so it'll just fly. It'll just fly, okay, that's fine. Let's ride it. Didn't even need a propeller to even things out. Let's maybe weigh this down a little bit. In the back. Yeah, let's get off. Whoa. Bit of a close call there. And it's just gonna fly away. Alright. Let's see about these fireflies. Probably want to load up on a little bit of food here. Oops. How come we don't have the height for this? There we go. Okay, it's fine. No one will need these, but... we probably could have grabbed another wing here, but no, we'll just dive into the water once we've had a little bit to eat. Now, can we use powers in water? We're going to find out. No, we need the arm free, so... Depending on the range of ascend, it would make sense to take a lily pad down below and warp our way up. We do need to be directly below, though. Which may make this somewhat move, but... Let's see what the range is on this. Great. Excellent. Perfect. Very mobile. Almost shockingly full of possibility, in fact, so. Alright, let's close up the quest. Okay, well here's what looks like a tier of the kingdom. Also, ascend is totally out of range of the ceiling, which is probably the point of how this area is built. Also, lots more to see here. Oh, the water wheel. We'll see what that's all about. Here's Zelda held in suspension once again, it seems. More powers? We'll see. Well, a bit of an enduring mystery how we're going to recover her this time, but collecting these is surely part of it. Recall. Reverse an object's movement until it goes back to where it was. Interesting. So we can do something like that with the water wheel. Very much in keeping with the reversible Temple of Time in Twilight Princess, in some ways. I guess that's how we'll restore the kingdom in the end. We just reverse everything. Anyway, water wheels are turning. Let's just reverse everything. And what does this let me do? Potentially it lets me ride a platform up in the desired direction. Oh, not quite. Can I stand on it when I do that? Yeah, no, that's clearly what the solution is supposed to be. Oh, except I need to jump on this thing. Yeah. Okay, I see. Let me ride this forward as well. And we have our first burst of stamina, probably, although we only have 3 orbs so far. I wonder if it goes in 3s in this game. No, probably still in 4s. We can't upgrade anything just yet. Two hands this time. We don't seem to have enough power for this. Oh, it's the tutorial for boosting your hearts. One more shrine on the island. Curious. I guess we would need recall to get there. That's how it would be gated off. Now, hopefully it doesn't force me to warp or something. It's going to suggest that I warp. I'm going to avoid doing it if I can. I'm going to see if I can do it without. We're going to try to do it without. I said I would try to play it as warpless. We're going to do it. If at all possible. And we'll see if it is possible. It should be, just given the amount of movement mechanics that we've unlocked. Including the glider. And much else besides. And we've got the ascend ability now, we should be able to do it. I'd be really surprised, in fact, if it didn't let me through. No, because of enemies on the field in general. Okay, let's just tap with some weaker weapons and just get them out of the way. I always like playing spears and Breath of the Wild, but here, we'll see how we do. Yeah, we're gonna send our way back to the beginning, I'm sure. Send. What's this? Map. And that's what these protrusions are for. Very conveniently placed. And we'll just continue until we've gone back. Again, haven't really been combing very thoroughly for Korok seeds, what have you, but we'll take whatever we can. Looks like we're some ways off, though. What is that sound? Yeah, because I wonder if you can do combination plays like using a glider and then using ascend from there. I bet you could. Well, we're a long ways away, though. Okay, I guess we have to go back down. Probably. find some water to land on, of course, after having ascended all the way up here. Oh, no, or we can ascend up here. We'll just keep going up. That's the best way to proceed. Swim your way through to nothingness. Pop out into the water. And can we continue from here? That's the thing, is that I don't yet have a good idea of how to set up the gliders. Or you could just go glider over to wherever you want. I mean, we do have the wings. What we don't necessarily have is a good way down. Now, because we don't have something like the launch platform on rails that was so conveniently placed earlier. Do we have something like a slope? Like a downward slope? And that might work. But anyway, this is a fairly secluded location. We should actually search properly for signs of Koroks or anything like that. This will do just as well. Large charge. Oh, it just goes back down to the water, actually. I guess that's the best way to proceed. I mean, unless we have some kind of construct that we can make here. I really do want to see if I can do a warpless. But we would need some kind of winged device, I'm sure. Without falling all over ourselves. The way we did earlier. There is a protrusion over there that looks promising as an ascension point. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, if we could have one of the floating platforms, that would be great, but oh, what is this? That's just ground. It just looks like it's the same color as everything movable with Ultra Hand, so. Well, we can try to glide. I have my doubts. Because we won't be able to maintain height. In fact, let's mark this to see what place this is. It's actually just a central island, so we should perhaps even go around, because we know how to get here with the ascension. If we go around a snow zone, that's probably much better. We know how to do it. Okay, let's find a diving point. lose all that elevation that we gained. And we'll go around. Yeah, we fought here. This was great. We just need to go around. And if we can build some kind of aerial vehicle, that's even better. Yeah, we should look for opportunities to do that. And we'll find it. We could really use one of those self-suspending platforms. In fact, that would be ideal. Just take off at a certain height. And proceed from there. And we have warm clothing now, so we don't need to spend quite so much food. So up we go. And around. And yeah, we could warp, but what fun is that? Even in an area that is very specifically designed to encourage that. Of course, I might be slightly limited by how long I can stay to play, but we shall see. Oops, didn't mean to burn everything. Right, got some propellers here. Let's just try to gain some elevation. And I love how this game shows you this particular mechanic, at least in order that I played, long before it shows you any construction. So you can just immediately go, aha, I see how that worked. Put 2 and 2 together. And make 4. Now let's see if we can go through the ceiling here. Massive time save. Not quite, hang on. A little too far, perhaps? That's okay, we'll go here instead, perhaps. Oh. There we go. I think the camera isn't the most intuitive for ascent, but we'll deal with it. Where are we? Great, this actually gets me really far. Really quite far indeed. We are way up high, in fact. We can go even back down to where the construct fight was, and we have a landing point down below. Some water, perhaps? Yeah, maybe not there. We might have actually done a little too well in terms of elevation gain when it comes up to coming here. That's okay, we can just keep going up and glide. That'd be best. Oh, right, because the way you're supposed to get down is through the caves. Which we had done previously, and which we know from experience. Yeah, in fact, that's the best way to do it. Probably climbable all the way down if you really wanted, but that's not how we'll do it. You know that the area with the mini-boss has a pretty conveniently placed flying platform, so that's one potential point to head towards if we don't see anything more convenient sooner. But in the meantime, we'll just continue this way. See how we do for heading back to the start point a long way. Just to see if it can be done. And anyway, let's back here. Ah, yes, and here's the. I still want to call it the Magnesis puzzle, but obviously this is going to be something a little different. As I fill in the spot. Yeah, we'll just fill it in. And there was at least more of these that I had encountered, which I don't quite remember how to find because that was so long ago in the course of this session. And we'll try to do a softer descent than what I managed previously here. Actually waiting for the climb down prompt for a change, perhaps. Okay. Now we can continue. Unless our point of origin was so high up that we are required to go all the way up. Which might be the case, because I guess we had a pretty big fall here. But no, if you kind of go up pod by pod, I think you should still be able to do it. Well, the point of this exercise is to see what is possible, so... Can I have a fan, please? Yeah. Also... Yeah, because not a central island that we're looking for, but our origin point up here. Now, we don't have a very good sense of elevation beyond that. Yeah, the origin island's way up there, so maybe we can't do it. Maybe we are, in fact, forced to warp, which would be very unfortunate. Try to avoid it, though. I'm going to see if I can head up through the center. I think I should be able to do it. Like I was saying, getting used to the rotational logic here. Oh, a bit stuck. Not still stuck. We should be able to get under one of those platforms to go ascend. Not quite. Let's get in a little bit closer. Can't aim this thing at all. In? Not quite. Slightly out of range, I think. That's too bad. Well, we might have to compromise on this idea. Or build some wings and attach those wings to the side here and give it some lift. Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't quite let me go up. Maybe if I propel over to a further location, let's... see if we can do it. Yeah, if I'm correct though, and the origin point is to go way up to the top of the map. where we originally came in. And this will be a bit of a fruitless exercise anyway, if it is a forced warp. Which is really unfortunate, because I was really hoping to do this completely warpless. But if we move over to the other side, let's... do that. Maybe we can get within range of an appropriate ceiling, like that one that's dipping down towards me right there. It looks so tantalizingly close. Let's reposition this slightly. Okay, surely we can get within range for this. A little too much momentum. Okay, this has got to be valid, right? Hey, it totally is. There we go. Like magic. I mean, it is magic, but you know what I mean. I think there's probably a limit to how far we can go, though. I don't even remember this. Oh yes, this was very, very early. Many hours ago. Yeah, there's kind of a limit to how far we can go, though. Given that that's still all the way up there. Yeah, unless there's some kind of special ascension point. Or perhaps a way of just making an upward vehicle that goes straight up. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. Because, yeah, we're back in the initial drop zone. Let's read the quest description here. The island's final shrine. If it's the island's final shrine, though, shouldn't it be something that's accessible from here? Oh, look, there's a Korok point that we didn't see previously. Like, if we stamp it, let's see if we can find it. Oops. Yeah, it looks like if it's a shrine that is only accessible by warping, it's got to be the one up top, I think. because I don't see it accessible here. It's got to be the one up top. So, alas, we may have to warp. So much for doing a warp list. That's okay. It's forest is an exception. We went as far as we could by some unconventional means. I'm very reluctant to do this, though. But looks like it has to be it. Alright then. So much for our dignity. Room of Awakening, yeah, I guess it has to be. Right, because it's your initial point. Okay, hopefully our only fast travel in this game. We're going to take the long way back if we can. I guess it does force it. And hopefully warping is not the only way back to the Sky Island. Incidentally. Oh, high ceiling here. Rather deliberate, I think, to prevent any ascension from happening, although we'll do it. We'll see where we end up. Oh, this is suspicious. Yeah, that was more or less what I expected. Yeah, it is going to be the starting area. And I guess we do have to be here. Oh, this is totally a glider point, too. Wait, if it was a glider point, then... where do we go? In here? Yes, I guess so. Oh, interesting. And we know how to get crystallized charges as well, so... Now the problem is that... Okay, 100, yeah. We probably can do that, in fact. The problem is, I wonder if it is possible to get back here without warping. And if it is the only place to do this, because... we might have to give up on the warpless idea. Distant depths of the world below. Okay, well hopefully this is not the only point at which we can do this. Have we even been here? Nope, seems not. Let's take a look. Yeah, if there is a way to get back up here without warping, I would like to find it. But I don't exactly know how the ground and sky interaction will work anyway. Anyway, here's the recall shrine. Oops. When you prepare it, it does freeze everything. And it looks like we'll... I want to say have a raft come down, and yeah. It's going to do a little bounce here too. Then, yeah, that mechanism. Let's ride it up. Now, only one chest so far? I don't know, there will be more. Maybe it's not the minute hand. Oh, maybe you need to get them to line up? Ah yes, and then you get them to synchronize. Just long enough to go through. Anything else in here, or is it just a one? Yeah, just a one. Anyway, I've already stayed well past time, so we'll probably try to get off Tutorial Island first, and then I'll log off from there, but obviously I'm very compelled to keep playing. I guess we're required to take the extra heart rather than the extra point of stamina for the first one, just because of the heart check on the door. So we can't just 3-heart it. Unless there's an exploit. Like the way that people found an exploit for the 13-heart requirement for the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild. We're not working back, we're taking the long way. Okay, this was an extremely substantial section, but yeah, then we'll take the glider. Can we attach multiple gliders? No, I think we'll just take one. Maybe. Oh, it's wrong button. Put it on a rail. That balance-wise, I wonder... It's a good idea to just take the single glider like this. I guess we will. Crouch for balance. Who knows? Maybe just stand dead center. It's gonna send me right back. Oh, there was a lower platform there too. We should have taken a look at that. Yeah, there probably are ways to sail directly over to the other islands in the sky if we know how to manipulate this properly. Manipulate its height as well. We can actually steer it. Makes me wonder if we can go to one or the other floating islands right now, but well, it's blinking like it's going to drop at any moment, so it's blinking and blinking. Whoa, this is going to be a long drop, and oh, it's going to miss. It's going to miss. It's going to miss. Yeah, we should have taken a dive when we had a chance. Okay, I didn't realize that it was a time limit. Also, though, we discovered that there's somewhere below this. Probably not a good idea to go over that, though. Until we know what's going on. Yeah. Oops, wrong power. Yeah, so I wonder if we can just fly directly below and then use ascend to come back up. I feel like we should be able to. Oh, we totally can. Except I'm nowhere close. Oh, no, that's a miss. Or will it be? Let's see, let's see. Can we aim? We can't aim. Nope. We're not even going to hit at all. Well, so much for that. Okay, we need to get better at riding this thing. Clearly. Before we lose every heart. No, we're on 2 hearts, we're fine. That's okay. Effectively a tutorial for working these. Let's crouch. I don't know if that makes a difference physics-wise, but we'll take a dip. We'll try to get down to the main pool, which is a fairly wide target, as you said. We don't have the greatest sense of momentum here. Yeah, we can actually turn this rather rapidly. Do a 180. We should have done that at the entry point. Oh, now we're in trouble. Okay. Let's see if we can aim. Water, water, water. And we do it. Yep. Perfect. And by perfect, I mean on a 3rd attempt. Okay, let's Recharge, get back to the temple. So yeah. Depending on how the flight works, we may have to make some exemptions to doing this game warpless, but possibly it was possible to contrive some device to take you all the way up. But I am eager to play, so. Oops. Okay, so you can actually activate this while you're standing on it already, which is important. Very important thing to know, in fact. Let's fill up. Again, I guess we're forced to use hearts rather than stamina. So much for 4 heart, or rather 3 heart runs. And let's open the door. Go and bring peace to the world. And that we shall. Just enough. I think we're probably going to take a big dive back to the surface then. If that's it for the tutorial zone, as I suspect it will be.
Ah, good. I see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You were almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects. Though our time together has been brief, I am so happy that we finally met. You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
Okay, let's take the diving board. We need to build something here. Or we just go down and ascend. Okay, we'll go down and ascend. Which we probably could have done in the first place. Why do we need to go around a temple? We could have just skipped that. Once we had ascend. Unless this was locked for some other reason. Yeah, we knew how to get around here without using the door in the first place, so why do we need to do that? Oh, and I regret not trying that now. I don't know if it would have gated this off some other way, but... We just skipped here upon receiving a send. Oh, I see. It probably would have disabled this point here. Would have been quite unavailable. Look at this little waterfall here. I think it strongly implies that we can probably sail up by a waterfall at some point, but we'll see. And yeah, this is obviously a place that should be returnable, given that there are Koroks here. But we'll see what the limitations are on how you can return up here, whether you are only able to do so with warp power, or if there's some other way up. I guess the game isn't really designed around playing warpless, which is too bad because Breath of the Wild very much was. But we'll try to keep to the warpless principle anyway when we're in the overworld terrain. Now, by what means are we communicating? I guess Zelda's on a different plane of existence right now, effectively, maybe sealed away. We shall see. And now we shall see what's going on with this dragon that's been ominously spoiled around outside. I mean, it looks like a friend. Skies open up. And it's time to go.
Link! You must find me.
In about 200 hours. The previous game was any indication. To the Kingdom of Hyrule. I guess we can just dive. There's the castle. We can go in whichever direction we want, maybe. I don't think there's a set diving point. There's no faster way to do that than to dive bravely from the Sky Island. You know what? Let's see which way we'll go. I'm sure it locks your position somehow to make sure you have a safe falling location. Obviously, you've got the castle there, you've got... where do I want to go first? I mean, everything's going to have changed somewhat. Obviously, the game kind of wants you to lean towards going forward towards the castle, but... maybe east towards Tarrytown and Eventide Island and all that, or west towards maybe Rito Civilization. Let's go east. Let's go south. Can we go south? I mean, it just heads back into the temple, so maybe not. I'm sure it locks your location somehow, so let's just go this way. And yeah, it totally locks your polling location. That looks interesting. And smack into the ground. Are you serious? Okay, so it doesn't let you just go anywhere. Maybe you do need to follow the waterfalls, because the waterfalls imply that you would fall into water. But surely you can pick one. I was thinking this game would just lock you into a certain position. Alright, anyway, we said east. Let's stick with it. This time our aim will be true. Castles over there, a couple of things have changed. Dueling peaks over there. Okay, now we've got a pool. We should have actually stopped and saved beforehand, but here we are in Hyrule. I'm sure each of the landing points was chosen to be relatively picturesque. Death Mountain looking a little bit different. Not exactly in full eruption, but very corrupt. Very deathly, just not in the usual way. Castle's gone up in the sky. We got boulders over here. Luca coming back with a GG. Yeah, we're going to be logging off in just a moment, I think. Because this is a fairly natural break since we're out of the tutorial zone. Even though I didn't do 100% of everything I wanted there, and even though... I mean, I'm sure you're allowed to warp back there, but... Oh, change map layers, okay. Yeah, possibly you're only allowed to go up there with a warp, which is unfortunate because I was really hoping not to. But we might have to in order to do additional purchases from the shops up there, unless we find equivalents down here. But I think we'll try to, like I said, adhere to the warpless principle for as long as we possibly can. We'll just not return here until we settle how doable that is. Probably there are going to be some mapping locations that we need to be aware of that are equivalent to the towers in the previous game. We don't know how that's going to work just yet. Just going to pick a nice little vantage point here to take a look at the lay of the land and see how it's changed. And look at that stable over there. Maybe we can make it to the stable first. There are shrines, as you can see. We're playing Breath of the Wild is taking longer than you expected. Yeah, that's why I didn't finish my previous file either. Especially because I was also playing it the slow way. Beautiful sunset, as always. So, there are, of course, many things I'm curious about in terms of how the world has changed. I really want to see Tarry Town. I want to see Eventide Island for sure. Is this the Blood Moon area? No. Yeah, you got shrines all over the place, which we'll probably have to mark. I mean, they're pretty visible. We don't really need to mark them. Something very nostalgic about doing this, of course, just not having done so in the longest time. And yeah, we'll convert all these pins eventually. Look at that, so there is a tower. I guess there are in general going to be towers for mapping somehow, even if it's not quite the same thing. The big gear over there, that looks interesting. I feel like the towers probably are going to be mapping locations. So for example, let's say we need a designation here. This can be a tower. And yeah, shrine, I guess we'll... I used to use this for shrine. I don't think we necessarily will. We'll determine some kind of scheme. I need a new pinning system. Feels so strange to be doing this kind of thing again. Yeah, we've got a tower over there. We've got a tower over here. Divine beasts are nowhere to be seen, interestingly enough. But I guess their purpose has been served. Yeah. Yeah, regional towers pretty clearly marked, in fact. I marked this one already. And, well, that looks interesting. I mean, in some ways it's a familiar landscape, but it is a brand new map, and I think there will be no mistake about that. Stable over there. I think we'll leave off here. And we'll determine where to travel from there. It's tempting to just go for a stable, but I know I'll get roped into talking to NPCs, discovering the world again, getting into fights along the way. The tutorial, was it as interesting as in Breath of the Wild? Yes. Yes, very much so. I mean, obviously the Breath of the Wild mechanics are not something you'll be seeing for the first time. They'll be very familiar. Oh look, Blood Moon rises already. You know what? Let's watch the Blood Moon. It must have taken a while for the Blood Moon to be coming up right away before I've actually killed anything. We'll see if it triggers the cutscene or anything else. But yeah, while we wait for the Blood Moon, let's talk. So, yeah, the tutorial, without spoiling anything, was very interesting. Extremely flexible. Felt like a kind of natural elaboration of what Great Plateau originally felt like, where before you were given much more powerful tools, you just kind of had to rely on a lot of fundamentals and think about base mechanics that may or may not be useful later on. And oh, shooting star over there as well. We've got lots to do here. Wow. I'm totally going to go for it, aren't I? Yeah. I can't say no to this. Except we don't have a sailcloth, so I don't think we'll make it. And Blood Moon's going anyway, so. Blood Moon's going anyway. I don't think we'll make it. Nice going, shooting star, making me run all the way over. Let's stand over here before the Blood Moon, and then... I mean, there's nothing for the Blood Moon to reload. So I didn't kill a single thing.
Witness the Blood Moon's rise. When its red glow shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh.
The game runs fine. Actually, it runs better than Breath of the Wild did at launch. Because Breath of the Wild, I remember at launch, magnesis and stasis would slow the thing to a crawl and would be very jittery with motion controls. Here, the equivalent filter didn't cause problems. And so that in itself is a pretty noticeable improvement. Jabishad Visser, you're saying I just took long enough that Blood Moon triggered immediately. Yeah, because I guess it was past the first threshold for that. So yeah, the Blood Moon refreshed exactly nothing, because I've killed nothing. But it did give me a bit of a preview of some of the enemies I'll face this time around. Let's see if I can make it to the shooting start. If I can't, then we'll log off. This is how I get roped into just playing this game endlessly. Same thing happened with Breath of the Wild, actually, where I just have these giant marathon sessions. The problem is that I love to engage with everything along the way as well. Oh, you know what? Oh, someone's catching me. Those alphas aren't right away. Okay, sure, we'll take it. Thick stick. Who's chasing me? And can we steal their mount? Okay, we're just going for the star. But I don't like breezing through everything without stopping to take a look. Alright, some camps again, some hostility. Traveler from the Yiga clan. Pine cone.
Yeah.
Misko's treasure, okay. There was going to be a costume game.
Ah.
I do have a map. Oh, that's new. Fairly Wild outfit. Okay, I see. So it gives you a couple of individual pieces of clothing sets that are, well, effect-wise kind of equivalent to what we once had, except stylishly we may be in for a very different look this time around.
Oh.
Fairies?
Ah.
Yeah, I wonder if they've moved locations. Withdrawn from view, yeah. Near Woodland Stable.
Ah.
Okay. I'd love to use my powers to build everything, but we want to go for the shooting star first. Hudson Construction, of course. We'll come back next time. I just want to go for the star first. This is a bad idea. We're going to be stuck here for hours. Anyway, we can grab the fragment. Hopefully it's not just going to roll down the hill away from me because I can't catch it. Oh. This just fell down from the sky. Oh, it's usable too. Interesting. Well, if that's the case. Yeah, we actually will log off at this point, I think. But not before we've picked up some electric fruit. You might be able to catch up with me because I played even slower than you. Yeah, I mean, let me give you a bit of perspective. I checked my stats from Breath of the Wild. I did my first Divine Beast in Breath of the Wild at 180 hours. I think I talked to Impa for the first time past 200 hours. After clearing the Divine Beasts. At which point I finally got the camera power and access to the tech labs and all that stuff. That's how I play. Which means I'll have to be pretty careful about spoilers for this game, because honestly, even if I'm playing obsessively every day, it's entirely possible that main quest content that everybody else has seen is something that I don't see for another 2 or 3 weeks. Because I don't follow instructions, and Breath of the Wild was the dream game for people who don't follow instructions, and this is very much going to be my playstyle here. I mean, I didn't even do the tutorial zone as non-linearly as I typically would, and of course, unlike Breath of the Wild this time, I want to do my first run here as warpless as possible, so which I wish I had done in Breath of the Wild from the start. No fast travel in Pro HUD going for me. Mostly good, Tony. I did have to turn off the Pro mode for 2 of the tutorials in the tutorial zone because the Pro mode actually completely hid the controls for new mechanics that I didn't understand yet, and I couldn't figure them out myself without looking at the controls. I've had to warp exactly once because there's one warp in the tutorial zone that is, I think, forced. But I'm going to try to play warpless from this point on. Anyway, here's the sunrise, here's some choo-choos, we'll slap them, and then I actually will log off after that. Because, you know, my wooden stick is badly damaged. That's a sign we should do. Look at all the fragments falling from the sky. Anyway. I really want to play some more. I would stay for a 24-hour stream if I could, but unfortunately, I can't. And there's also people that spoiled the big twist in this Twitch category. Yeah, Dervish Advisor, I will take that as a warning to not look too hard at the category. I mean, how big could a big twist be? Well, I mean, we've played Zelda games before, particularly ones that mention the imprisoning war, and we have some idea of what it might be. Maybe. No, I have no idea what it might be, but we have some idea of how dramatic the twists in this series could be. Let's just say that. Anyway, let's look photogenic into Pro mode. And we're going to call it, so. Oh, people come into the stream and spoil it. Yeah, I know, but trolls are everywhere. I guess maybe putting the big no spoilers tag in my stream title is just an invitation, but we'll see how well we can dodge that in the weeks ahead. It's not even plot spoilers I'm as worried about as kind of mechanical things and you know, like Eventide Island in the first one. Eventide Isle. Like, that's the scope of thing I'm thinking about where I do want to see it fresh. Plot spoilers, I'm not usually too concerned about that. But the sense of discovery in this game, that's something else. Anyway, we've made it this far, and we're going to log off. So, we'll see, because, you know, this is a small enough stream that hopefully we're not subject to too many problems going forward, although, of course, as more people complete the game, who knows. Thank you so much for joining me. I will be back every day that is possible, because I will not be able to stay away from this, I know, and I don't know if I'll be streaming 100% of everything I see in this game, but we'll try to keep it as close as possible. Unless my voice gives out and I just have to go off stream from not being able to talk or something. We'll be staying with it for at least next week. We might start bringing Mario Maker back in after that, depending on how we're doing here. But thank you so much for people who have joined me at any point in the stream. I know some of you may have dropped in and out, checked in to say hello, checked out for spoilers, etc. And if we're rating anybody, we will not be doing it in this category because I don't want to see where other people are, so we'll see if we want to do that with the modest audience that we have today. So, thanks for watching. Let's soak in the ambience. Let's watch the sunrise. And we will see you very, very soon, I hope. And maybe I'll be standing here in the same spot, and maybe I won't. But either way, have a wonderful day ahead of you. Enjoy this game if you're playing it, and anything else if you're not. And above all, fare thee well.